Let the music hit. Alright, so good news. I was worried I would have to do something like other content today, but we don't have to worry about that at all because 8 hours ago we were blessed with the gift of content itself. That's right, the elephant in the room can now be seen by other people. Maybe it's because other people will never forget it. Maybe it's because the dev team will be looking at this for a while. Maybe it's because everyone's eyes will be on it so they can't actually not pay attention to it. Maybe, like any circus, get it, me, a Tano circus, bringing forth the elephants is actually a sign that we're going to be abusing all of the facts of this fat matter until we bring out some new analysis on it. And could we be right? Could we be wrong? Oh, well, a couple of things to get out of the way first, right? Is that this patch is much larger than I would have anticipated it to be. Frankly, I worry that it might be too big for the britches of Frost the Giant Studios. There are some pretty, even if you consider the nuclear takes, I believe Farmman Official, FMO, Farmman Official, and Artosis already have 2 videos that are linked on the bottom of this Stormgate Beta 2 Elephant patch notes, where they have some thoughts on what might be unbelievably overpowered or just seem extremely cost efficient. Let's go ahead and use that. Now, I get to bring up to you some terms that you've probably not heard me use before. I mentioned this on a Twitter tweet, but as we all know, the tweet doesn't necessarily catch the eyeballs the way that all of you do. I know that there's like 300 of you now who, if this just goes on long enough, you want to watch it. Okay, so here are some terms we're going to use. So I'm trying to be consistent throughout. So balance is when you have numbers, right? So balance is the matter of how can you fit numbers around something, right? The damage a weapon does, the range of a unit, the therium cost of a unit, right? All of these are balance decisions. You can raise the number up, you can raise the number down. If something is overtuned, that means that the balance of it is such that it is a powerful choice. So for instance, if we said that Lancers have a build time of 1 second, I think we would all agree that that's pretty overtuned, right? I would use the word overtuned, in that it's not that the Lancer as a concept is broken or that the concept of building units is broken, but the build time is so good for it that balance-wise it makes it a very effective choice. Now we're going to talk about design. Design are all the things that you can't actually wrap numbers around. So I'm going to use a great example from Counter-Strike here, right? Game that I play at a pretty rudimentary level, but I've watched a lot of it. Okay, let's think about this. The cost of a weapon is balance. You can make it cost more, you can make it cost less, and that changes its value to being a less worthy weapon to a more powerful weapon. That's in the domain of balance. Now, you might notice that there is what I call a design wrapper around buying things inside of Counter-Strike. That is the economy system. You can't just go buy an AK or an M4A1S or an AWP or whatever weapon you want all the time. Now, how much something costs in that design wrapper, again, like if the AK cost $100, that would be overtuned, right? Because the punishment is not high enough in my methodology. But the fact that there is the wrapper of the economy is a design decision. So again, let's zoom a little bit back out. So if something is doing 500 damage, I would say that's overtuned. But if something about the unit breaks the design of the game, that's when we would call it overpowered, right? And similarly, underpowered and undertuned, right? So if we go the other way, let's say that the Lancer again, right? We've actually increased it to 100-second build time. Well, now the balance of it's such, balance being the numbers, is so low it's not an effective choice. So I would say it's undertuned, right? It's so uncompetitive from a numbers perspective that we don't consider it as part of the actual game or as a playable choice or unit, right? You see this a lot in Pokemon, right? UU Pokemon are undertuned compared to, on Smogon at least, UU Pokemon are undertuned compared to their OU counterparts. They typically just don't have the stats. They typically, among other things, don't have the stats. But if we want to say that something in the game is underpowered, right, what we're saying is actually this thing is weak because of a facet in the game that means that numbers cannot change the problem. So for instance, if you are playing a very stealth oriented shooting game, right? very stealth-oriented shooting game. But there is one weapon that is a grenade that blows up the whole room and all of the enemies in it, thus invalidating the need for stealth. The fact that there's not really numbers you can put on that grenade. Even if the grenade only did 1 damage, we would say that it is overpowering the design of the game, but it might be undertuned. Right? Excuse me? I do not, no, stop. I do not care about Salesforce integration or the people playing tennis and NTRP 2.-5 rating. What I care about is my music getting back on, please, and thank you. Again, finally, scrubs. All right, so you're going to see some examples of how this gets played out in the future across this video. Let's get into it. So, Stormgate Beta to Elephant patch notes. By the way, I already looked up Stormgate Beta 2 Devastator patch notes. I looked up Stormgate Beta 1 Devastator patch notes. You can't just change up the link and get access to those old patch notes. I'm sure if you were invested enough, you could find something. But currently, I'm not trying enough to go ahead and do that. So, co-op. I actually like this. So first off, from a presentation and PR perspective, I think it's an excellent idea when they're trying to get people who are not well invested or endemic to the RTS scene to put the co-op sign first. And the reason I say that is that what sends the wrong message, right? Oh, it's a co-op VAI, it's a 3 VAI, you can get with your friends, it's a free game, it's an RTS, you could try this one, it's different. How are you communicating that if you put 1v1 balance changes first? Right? You're probably not. And what is the number one thing that you've put on co-op? Oh, you have a new hero. Now, what's funny about this, right, is that I actually mentioned a couple of days ago in a video, the last longer one I did, not the one yesterday where my throat was like just not able to actually get anything done. Although, to be fair, I had been streaming for like 7 hours at that point. So, I had mentioned that one of the things that the unit design wise, the Infernal host was missing was some kind of caster. They just don't have many ranged units, and they just don't have anything that's like, here, go ahead and do more damage. They seem very good at attacking as well, and this fits in that niche perfectly. So, its unique rituals are Mortardon Strike. Requires a commander level 7, allows all of its Mortardons to fire an inflamed imp across the map, each dealing 40 damage to a large area at a target location to both air and ground enemies. This is going to be used to cheese the game. Make no mistake. I don't know if the levels are something that you gained inside of the co-op VAI, or if it's more like the StarCraft 2 co-op VAI, where you would have to play multiple missions to get to this point. But once you can get it to level 7, provided that there is not a range limit, which it doesn't seem to imply that there is, right? And given that it doesn't seem like there's a range limit, and so this is going to be used to cheese the economy of the co-op VAI opponents, right? This is going to be used to wreck some of the attack waves that are coming in, although more specifically, all the co-op VAI missions that we've seen this far are some variant of, here's a caravan, it's moving forward, better stop it before there's an ion bolt. Now, they've probably added more iterations than just that one, and given the theory that I had before, they probably were pointing people to the co-op VAI and telling them you can only use this, or telling them you can use the current patch, but you can only use this mission, only set up this mission, right? So in both cases, whether they were, there were new missions that they weren't playing, or they were on an old build, if any kind of objective one where you have to attack the caravan or some variant of that, this is going to be very strong. 40 damage in a large area at the target location to both air and ground enemies also means they can be used to soften up attack waves. And this does mean that the unique, when we go down the unique units, you're going to find out more about what a Mortardon is. Shadowfall requires commander level 9, covers the entire map, and Shroud for 30 seconds. This gets better the more infernal teammates that you have, and particularly if your opponent is not, if the AI opponent is not themselves infernals. So if you find out that they're using a lot of Vanguard units and your team is infernals, this is good. I would also say one thing I like about this ability is that it gives you some advantage to playing with, so it gives you something you can do in a supportive fashion with your teammates that isn't, oh, I just made a whole lot of units. Hey, War Tank Prime, how's it going, man? So we're looking at this right here. So RTS is kind of like, so we're having, I've seen this difficulty in FPS games where how do you get someone who's not mechanically sound or intuitive or knows the genre and is an actual beginner, not like what most people think they are, but a genuine beginner to the FPS space. Well, those people actually tend to look for supportive abilities, something they can do that will benefit their team and take the fact that they're not quite capable of the shooting part of the game off of the back of their team, make them feel like they're being some kind of solid contribution. This is typically your tactics guy, your analyst, your how to say your in-game leader, your shot caller, whatever version of that you want to call. Usually, listen, good shot callers can be the strongest person on your team, but the great shot callers typically are people who are, I'm gonna be honest, either they have the most vision already, but typically, especially in like the early days of League of Legends, they were just the supportive player because they didn't have a lot mechanically to do. And so this was the way that they could free up their mind to allow for space to help out. The only thing that's about to inspire is the pure rage if I get another ad. Okay, we're going to another 12 hour to another 12-hour music fest. I just cannot handle getting every 5 minutes something like that. If I have to do that for 7 hours, I might actually. Oh, hey Ash, he's sitting over on the chair. Right, I might actually go livid. Okay, so Shadowfall is basically TLDR, gives you some way to benefit your team, and is particularly useful if it encourages certain team setups, and it also makes it that you're getting some benefit yourself. The time of 30 seconds, we don't know the rate gain yet on Veil, which is white health, but we're calling it Veil. I'm pushing for this to be called Veil. I will actually make a command if this continues on, calling this damn thing Veil, so we can actually get it pushed as that, because white health is the shittest analytical term I could possibly imagine. It's just too many syllables. It just takes too long, right? It just doesn't sound thematically appropriate. Yep. So 30 seconds, however, might be enough to get the gain, even if we assume the gain is a rate of 1 to 1, which seems unlikely because the fall off rate, I believe it was set on stream. I think this was Pig Stream in which this was said, and it may have referred to the previous version, but we'll see what's going on here. The burn rate for Veil used to be, and I'm saying used to be because we'll get further down, yeah? The burn rate of Veil used to be something like one for every zero point 0.3 seconds or something like no zero point 0.3 for every 1 second, or a minimum of zero point 0.5 for every 1 second. So if we assume that the gain rate is comparable to if we assume the gain rate is double that, so that you can actually gain something defensively from it more than you are punished for being off of it, which would just make sense from a game design perspective, then and you've got a maximum value of gaining about 60 Veil for the global shroud. We also can assume, well, it's now even better because the Veil of all units is now about 25% of that unit's health as opposed to 50%. And what that means is that if you have a 1-to-1 gain rate and you go up 30 Veil in 30 seconds, then the only units that would be affected, or if you gain 1 Veil per second, the only units that would be negatively affected would be those units with more than 120 base hit points, and assuming that they themselves don't already have full Veil and they're not in combat. Also, there is another benefit to the Shadowfall ability, which is that when the whole map is covered in Shroud, I believe the way that the Animus works is that you get half the supplies worth of a dead unit, but double that if they die on Shroud. So this is actually something you just activate right before a fight, and then you just laugh as you gain the full value of the supply from both sides, and then you get to use their extremely new, powerful new abilities from the Shroud Stone. So there's a smart way to use this, and there is a I wouldn't say stupid, but like a lesson for. I'm going to find the remnants of the thing that is in charge of you. I do not care about Planet Fitness, thank you. If I wanted to get fit, I would go to a gym where they actually physically push me and want me to improve. Because the time I was fittest in my entire life was in the military. And do you think that they were like, hey man, we're not going to drop heavy weights here, and we really want to make sure that you're comfortable with everything? No, because it turns out your physical fitness might actually save somebody's life. So no, we don't have time for that nonsense. I went into a Planet Fitness one time and it had a lunk alarm. Now, I'm just going to be honest with you. Like, look at this, right? This is not like, doing the most with the least, okay? Right? I have my hand strength, a pretty good grip, and a pretty good arm strength and torque for my arm for arm wrestles and shit, but I'm still not actually strong, right? I'm stronger than I look, but I'm not actually strong. But the first time I went to Planet Fitness, I thought, maybe I'll get in here. I'll see what it's about. They've got a lot of machines. It's nice and clean and whatnot. And the first thing I saw that was an immediate gigantic red flag, huge turnoff for me is that, listen, all the machines, there's nothing. There's TVs looking up by the treadmill. This is all fine. There's weights, with supported with racks to make sure that everything is fine. And then when you get to the back of the Planet Fitness, it was a pretty large one. But when you got to the back of the Planet Fitness, where the free weights were, where people might actually be trying to, work out. There was like a giant thing that was like the lunk alarm, which is like, oh, you're an asshole if you just pick up something super heavy and then you drop it right here because you're trying to go for your absolute peak human potential limit, the full capability of what you're able to do in a single setting. And if you drop that, you're just an asshole. It's like, all right, well, I don't know about that, Chief. I don't know about that, Chief. Your environment decides how quickly you improve. Doesn't look like this is conducive to what I want. And then I went downstairs and really enjoyed the basketball court at another gym that wasn't as nationally known, but also didn't give a shit about all of those other niceties. Isn't everyone at a gym to improve themselves? Jesus. So, serve the flame, 60 energy, 20-second cooldown. Consume the corpses in a target area to summon a burned one. The more corpses you consume, the larger and more powerful the burned one will be. So, the thing is, this is weird, right? Because this ability is gonna, okay, ideally for co-op, you would want the hero to feel omega broken and great for the aspirational, we'll get to that name in a second, but for the aspirational player, the player who's just on their journey, just starting out, trying to figure out, do they like RTS games or not? You would want the hero to be super powerful there, and then actually the last little bit of help that's needed, right, to get things done on the highest difficulty level, in addition to other stacking mechanics, teamwork, etc. The problem with Serve the Flame is this. Now, we don't have an idea as to how much max mana it has, right, at least from these notes. But it is an ability that consumes the corpses of a target area to summon a powerful unit. Quick question, which difficulty level do you think will generate the most corpses? Oh, it's probably gonna be like Brutal Omega Deathalizer 5, Revenge of the Death, right? So this ability is actually going to get better the harder the difficulty is, and will look underwhelming the lower your difficulty level is. So the problem that I have with this is that on its surface, this looks like a noob trap, right? What's funny though is that it's not just a noob trap, it's also amazing at the end. So it's a noob trap that you actually need to unlearn that it's a noob trap once you get better and play like more difficult, more higher level difficulties. The other problem that I have is that there's only one way really to solve that problem, and that's to make the way that the burned one scales not linear. And what I mean by that is it can't be something like if it's 1 to 9 corpses, it's got level 10 stats, and then 10 to 19 corpses, it's got level 20 stats, right? It can't be like that. It actually has to be, if we imagine the scale of skill or the scale of strength of the burned one goes from 1 to 100, it needs to be something like less than 10 corpses gives you a 50 strength burned one, and then 11 to 25 gives you like a 65 burned one. Or a 70 burned one, and then a 30 to 40 units or 20 to 25 to 40 units gives you like an 80 health burned or an 80 power burned one, right? So basically it would have to start off amazing and then taper off very rapidly once it gets to those higher corpse numbers, because if it actually just scales up, it kind of gets nuts. Also, I'm noticing that this unit doesn't die over time, and we can tell that, or it's at least strongly implied by this line right here. You can have up to 5 burned ones at a time. By the way, if you use !patch, you can go ahead and look at the same thing that I'm looking at. You can follow along with me. So this is also why this is a noob trap. and actually amazing for skilled players, which is so weird that you would make an ability that is terrible, looks good to noobs, and or I say noobs, but I mean NEWBS. I mean like players who actually new to the genre, to whom this would be their first experience, to whom presumably you are showing heroes and hero abilities because it provides a concentrated area of focus around which they can wrap their attention, right? And I'm not saying that they're slow or stupid. I'm saying it's actually a good onboarding tool. I think Brown Bear said something like this, which is if you take out some of the strategy aspect of the real-time strategy, that can be an effective way to onboard somebody. And somebody in the Age of Empires community, Age of Empires 2 or 4, made a great video that was like how to actually get into an RTS. And his point wasn't, oh, here's the builds you need to know. His points was, all you have to do are these very simple, lengthy tasks in an RTS. The game is playing as many of those tasks as you can, but not by doing it by speed. So the problem here is, the thing that makes this really good for experienced players, experienced RTS players, is every 20 seconds you cast this on an area where there was a battle. So that means that you have to have kept Maloc on an area where he wasn't going to die, right? Then you have to target it on an area that had the most damage and the most corpses pile up. And then you have to do this every 20 seconds. And keep in mind, it says you can have up to 5 burned ones at a time, which strongly implies the burned one doesn't die. So you want to cast it in such a way that you get the burned one and then you yank it out of the area so that it doesn't die. And you want to keep like a posse, like a roving band, if you will, of burned ones. And the reason that this is particularly bad for less experienced players is, 1, 20-second cooldown. The lower the cooldown is, the more that it is a skill tax, which I don't think is something that you actually want to generate if you're trying to lean into the RTS side by introduction of a hero. And then the second thing to think about is this. Again, the higher your difficulty level, the more enemies are in attack paths. The more waves spawn. Therefore, there's more chances for battle. Therefore, there's more corpses for the burned ones to actually consume, right? So this looks really good if you're experienced. And it looks like a noob trap if you're less experienced. This is just not beginner friendly, right? Sorry, but not sorry. If you guys need me to expand the video so you can actually see it, I'll go ahead and do that. Just send a comment and I'll make it more presentable. So Maloc's other ability is Burning Blood. 20 energy, so a third of what you take for Serve the Flame. Grants a target unit 25% increased attack speed, allows it to deal 20 bonus damage on its attacks for 20 seconds. So if you're using this, you want to put it on a Gaunt, because Gaunts by default now Gaunts infest. So this looks really good if you put it on a Gaunt, but that's a bit risky because it's only on one unit. So you probably actually want to put it on something big, dumb, and tanky like an Agmadon, right? Also, it says a target unit. The tankiest thing you probably have in the game is going to be Maloc himself, right? So actually, when it says grants a target unit, I don't know if it can target the hero himself, but if you can target Maloc himself with this ability, he gets, wait a second, bonus 25% attack speed, 20 bonus damage on attacks for 20 seconds. I'm not in the mind of a new player enough to know if grants a target unit automatically triggers the sensation of like, hey, maybe I could use that on my hero because he's the tankiest thing that I have. Yeah, I could do that. Like, I don't know if that mentally triggers for most people. I don't even know if it's possible. When it says a target unit, it may be a target unit, but a unit is different than your hero, therefore it's not the same. Now, I suspect that actually you can target him because Blockade has a heal ability, right? But if you can target him and that's the intended best use of this spell, just make it affect himself. It's 20 mana. This isn't that bad. Just make it target himself. Cool. Wildfire. 70 energy, a 10-second cooldown. So again, very, very low cooldown spell. And it has massive energy. This is a very noob unfriendly. This is a noob unfriendly ability, because it by accounts to Burning Blood and Serve the Flame, it has a large amount of energy cost and it has a low cooldown. So you'll want to spam it, but I suspect that you will be out of your resources, out of your energy to spam it because of how much energy it already costs. If it's not the case, though, that this runs out of energy very quickly, it's just the best thing to do. Right, it's just the best thing to do. It's just the best thing possible to go ahead and summon a temporary fire cyclone that spins towards the target location, dealing 80 damage per second in an area around it. That just seems like the thing to do. Let's see. Yeah, that's a bit better. There we go. That's a bit more visible. So summon a temporary fire cyclone that spins towards the target location, dealing 80 damage per second in an area around it. One, it spins towards a target location if you hit it on a retreating device, like the retreating caravans, right? It's going to do more damage because it's ticking as it moves towards them. If it's onto the attack waves, it's actually going to do less damage than a newer player would think that it would do, because those units are coming in and you're sending the cyclone out. Therefore, the damage that each individual tick is going to do to each unit inside of it is reduced because of the way that their movement speed is interacting with the direction of the cyclone. How to say it depends on what the range of the target location is. It also depends on how quickly it goes ahead and generates. It's on a 10-second cooldown, so I strongly suspect that the cyclone itself is like at most 5 seconds. I can't really see it being like a cyclone that lasts 10 seconds. God forbid it's like a cyclone that lasts 20 seconds or something like that, and then spins towards the target location. That sounds like it would be absolutely crazy. The problem here is that if this ability is not optimal to use, like if it's not just the best ability, then again, this is a noob trap. Because again, it costs a lot of mana for an ability that has a very low cooldown. And so let's go over it if you're not figuring it out, right? So this is Serve the Flame. It has a 20-second cooldown. If you cast it 3 times, you've used 180 energy in 60 seconds. 180. Remember that. 180. Now let's look at Wildfire. 70 energy, 10-second cooldown. So if you cast this 6 times in that same 1 minute period, you're using 420 energy. So is this worth the difference of 240 energy by the combination of energy and cooldown than Serve the Flame? Like, presumably also the interaction here is to use wildfires until you burn everything to the ground, and then you go ahead and cast Serve the Flame on the energy area, in which case, why are you using Burning Blood? Right? Again, unless the Burning Blood can hit the hero itself. I will note, however, that we haven't talked about the Mortarden Strike and the Shadowfell, because those are unique rituals. So, not in the same way we're talking about the abilities. Now, the Cinderstorm is the commander level 5. Again, this could be what is required for him to use the ability by generating from 1 to 5 levels in the game itself, or it's more likely if that it follows the StarCraft 2 model that encourages you to play the same mission or different types of missions with different types of mutators over and over. And so when you get to commander level 5, that's like a macro progression, whereas in-game level 5 would be micro progression. That's right, if you're listening to this, we're going deep. We're going all the way, right? We're going, do you see that? Do you see this? You see how we're only like right here? We're going a ways. This is going to be a long stream. Okay. Cinderstorm requires commander level 5, 110 energy, 110 second cooldown. The reason we care about this is that we care about how quickly do we get the energy back, and so far, yes, the 110 second cooldown kind of sucks, but and the energy cost is actually not that high. So remember how we talked about how this is 140, this is 180 energy for 1 minute, and this is 420 energy for 1 minute. This is 110 energy for 1 minute. So it's actually more efficient to wait for your Cinderstorm than it is to use Cinderflame or Wildfire, barring a game-sane circumstance in which that would be necessary. 1 second. Gotta get a cat. Stella! Stella! Okay, so Cinderstorm's actually pretty efficient in terms of a time perspective. Yes, you have to be level 5, and it makes sense that the thing that you have to have a certain prerequisite level for is that's good. Calls down meteors that rain down from the sky, dealing 45 damage per meteor. Now, it doesn't say... It doesn't say that these come out in waves like Starfall from Warcraft 3, right? It doesn't say how many waves of them come down. It just says 45 damage per meteor. Now, if it's just one-time firing of 45 damage per meteor, like, yes, you're probably hitting a... It says calls down meteors, so it's a bigger, like, multitude ahead. And it says rain down from the sky, and rain does imply that there's more than, one wave of these things. But 45 damage per meteor, I mean, without knowing how many waves that is, without knowing how big the area it is, it's hard to speculate. If it's just one wave, one time, this is unbelievably shit. Least of all because Wildfire is dealing 80 damage per second in an area around it, and is at realistic most 5 seconds, but probably way less than that. Or if it is 5 seconds, it's moving quickly enough that you can't just like fire 2 overlapping wildfires and wreck everything. Cinderstorm for 45 damage per meteor is probably... This is the most noob-friendly ability that we've seen thus far. Wildfire is actually a noob trap because of the energy that's required. Burning Blood is going to be a question of what can I just give it to myself, what's the best unit to give it to, and that's the analysis paralysis that's unwanted. And Serve the Flame actually gets better the harder the game is, not the easier it is, therefore it will look okay, maybe even bad, at low levels. Again, unless the stats of the burned one don't go up in the linear fashion. If the stats of the burned one are like this, then it's actually pretty good, but if they're like this, then it's like... Alright. Unique units. Chimera has 400 Illuminite, 200 Therium, 8 Supply, 125 Veil. Veil. I will note that they made the changes over to Veil. Across the board also applied to co-op. I actually disagree with this. I think if anything... if you have custom units, so here's the thing, if you have units that are in the base game and they're exactly the same unit models, etc., then it's pretty important that they be the same. If, however, they are custom units that players cannot play with otherwise, then it's pretty important to go ahead and just make them different and powerful and fun, right? This is the thing that I actually... There's a lot in Giant Grant Games' video about the next RTS will fail, and has a picture of StarCraft 2 with James Rayner in it, and it just says, I will live forever. There's quite a bit in there I just disagree with. But one of the things I don't disagree with is the idea that you should make it ridiculous for the co-op or for the campaign and then dial it back for the multiplayer as is need be, right? And so there's actually no loss here to making co-op VAI a bit broken, because while there are a minority of people who like the challenge of co-op versus AI at very high levels, there is a point at which I was talking to somebody else in the chat about this a couple of days ago, maybe a week ago now. You can just look up a guide to cheese most of the missions, right? Or if you can't look up a guide to cheese most of the missions with, in their case, they self-reported to having, I think, 30 APM, right? If you have, 130 APM and you can use it effectively, do you care at that point about co-op VAI? I mean, maybe you do, but maybe not for the highest difficulty, because that's your way of getting friends. Basically, make it dumb more, like make the individual bonus units more powerful, right? Just make them more powerful. 10 damage, 7 range. 7 range is the range of an EXO, just going to put that out there. This also implies, by the way, that enemy units that are in the 1v1 multiplayer will also get aligned over there. So all of the changes that we have seen recently, that, spoiler, I don't think they actually are going to change the public perception of Infernals with regards to how strong they are, but they will, a lot of these changes, if an AI player is using them, will be much, much, much more threatening. Not that a player would be, but much more threatening to the co-op VAI experience. Armor 0, move speed 5, move speed 5. What's movement speeds 5? In this later update, we're going to find out that scouts have been move speed 6, and were moved up to 7, which we'll get there. So that gives you some idea of what move speed 5 is. To also keep this in mind, there's a certain amount of stacking rejuvenation hits that a Lancer gets to 5 with. Attacks by firing 8 projectiles that explode near random locations around the target, and 12 at commander level 8. This is the shit. I love this. This is great. This is wonderful. This is beginner friendly. This is what they call in before they Magic the Gathering had dumpster fire design. Officially, it's called fire design, FIRE, but I've called it dumpster fire because it was just terrible for the game from my perspective. But this is how to say, this is what when if you think about RTS players as Timmy, Johnny, Spike, right? The Magic the Gathering breakdown, right? Timmy is the kind of person, and to a lesser extent Johnny, who likes co-op PvE, and then Spike's at the very highest levels of PvE like it. So that means that actually the product selection that you're going for here is to favor Timmy's, the kid who opens up in Magic a 9-mana creature, blah, 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 that has 12, it's a 12/12 with trample, and it makes 2/3/3s every time it attacks. Yeah, it costs 9 mana, and we don't really care about that, right? Like, that's what this looks like to me. I think that's sick. Yeah, it's cool. The Mortardon. 250, 150 just means it's extremely expensive, by the way. Also something to think about. The reason we're going over these units, why are you cashing? Here's why. Okay, here's the thing. I will probably not be playing a lot of co-op for VAI versus Steam Next Fest, but I will still play some, and the reason for that isn't that I want to get friends in and they can play. No. It's because co-op VAI is the optimal place to start testing out. People have been saying on streams, well, there's not really tier 3 units in the game. These look like tier 3 units. Now, listen, I'm not saying that these tier 3 units will actually get put in the game. I don't know that. I can't know that, right? I suspect there's a very limited number of people who would know that. But these stats seem like a lot of care has been given to them, right? Beyond just make it dumb fun. And they're all very expensive. They're all kind of pricey. So if you know that tier 3 is coming up, then wouldn't it make sense to test in co-op VAI where you can't possibly wreck the balance of the game? Right? So that's why I'll be playing this. At least a little bit. Get my toes wet. Mortardon is 80 damage, 21 range. Yeah, I was talking about this a couple of days ago. What do they need? Is a siege unit, basically. Attacks deal 50% friendly fire and launch an inflamed imp. It attacks by clumsily launching volleys of inflamed imps towards the target location. It's range 21, so it's not infinite, but this looks pretty good. This looks pretty good. Again, this will probably... It'll just be a fun unit. Yeah. It's thematically different than the Atlas. I don't know how it works size-wise with the Atlas. Also, we don't have any indication as to whether or not the Mortardon actually has to deploy in order to get the benefits of all of this, or what's the wind-up time necessary. We see a 4.5 attack speed, but without looking at other things, it's like what in relation to what. Fire Giant is just, yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh, it's literal, holy shit, it's actually Inferno Titan. Holy, it is Inferno Titan. Let's go. How could you not like Inferno Titan? Okay, so Fire Giant's 250 Luminite, 50 Therium, 5 supply. It's got a ton of health, by the way. In fact, all of these have a ton of health. Like, look at this. 625, 600, 625, 600, 625. There's a lot of tankiness going on here. This also feeds into what I was talking about previously about how tier 3 infernal units probably look like a big dumb brick of stuff. I actually said Vanguard could also fit into that same line, but anyways, Fire Wave. This unit's attack combusts 3 times in a line. Now, in a line, I hope it's a towards the opponent line and not a Colossus line, right? That was one of the changes that I forget what that mod was. There was a mod that was made by the StarCraft 2 community where they made changes to try and make it more Brood War-like without stealing away from, StarCraft 2 in its entirety. And one of the changes they made was that they made the Colossus line attack vertically as opposed to horizontally. Maloc stats. 175 Shroud Shield, 700 health, 200 energy. So we now have some recontextualization for the items that we've got previously. Okay. So I want to note a couple of things. 700, so 700 health, whatever, 200 energy. This is the stuff we really care about. And the reason we really care about the 200 energy is that, remember what I said about Wildfire, how it's just going to be a noob trap? Because it's going to feel good until you realize you've just spent all of your mana on it? Yeah. So imagine getting into this game and in the first 30 seconds, you've probably generated, like, does it have the health, the regeneration speed? It doesn't have the regeneration right here. So you've gotten in. It's the first couple of, it's been 30 seconds. You know, there's a wave. You fire 3 waves of just, you know, your giant fuck off wildfire, and then you have no energy left. That's going to feel real bad. I actually think that the best way to use this is just to use Burning Blood on yourself, and then use the fact that you have, if it's a possibility, use Burning Blood on Maloc himself. Like, notice he's got a 1.8 attack speed and 65 damage. And so if you do use this Burning Blood, 25% increased attack speed allows it to deal 20 bonus damage on its attacks for 20 seconds. That'll transform it into a yo, Theory, how's it going, man? So I have a theory. You might like this. We're going over the patch notes, but unlike other people, I am choosing to go over the PvE editions of Maloc. And the reason I'm doing that is I've heard a little whispering in the community and from other streams saying, you know, we don't have tier 3 yet. That's something that they're working on. So imagine my suspicion. Again, don't get yourself in any trouble, but imagine my suspicion when I see community murmur about tier 3 units, and now they haven't been added in yet, and that might actually be a cause to the balance issues that we are experiencing. And then the new commander equivalent, the new hero Maloc, comes out, and all of his units have 600 to 620 hit points, and all do things that look like they fit the Infernal Host, and have costs that are appropriate to tier 3. But if you just came in, the short version is, for Maloc, I think that he's got a lot of cool looking abilities that will be a noob trap. And that's actually a big problem, because the community, the people who are not endemic to RTS games, are going to come in and they're going to be like, Serve the Flame, oh shit, it makes a burned one, that's awesome. It's going to be better the higher the difficulty level is. And also because it doesn't seem to decay over time, you actually have to micro and take care of the burned ones. Okay, and you only have 200 energy. Then we have Burning Blood, and they're going to be like, grants a target some bonus, and whatever, it's a steroid, I don't care about that. Wildfire is a big temporary fire cyclone? I'm going to cast that! There's just one problem. You have 200 energy. This thing has a 10-second cooldown, so they're going to Wildstorm, 10-second cooldown. Wildfire, 10-second cooldown. Wildfire, 10-second cooldown, have no energy. Right? So, unfortunately, and it looks like summoning a giant, storm of meteors or a giant cyclone of eat shit damage would be really sick. But actually, the best use of this thing is probably just to be Burning Blood, cast it on Maloc himself, 25% increased attack speed on 20 bonus damage. So he goes from 65 damage to 85 damage. And then he goes from a 1.8 attack speed to a minus 0.36, 1.44 attack speed, right? So I assume 1.44 attack speed is on purpose, because 1.44 attack speed would mean that he could attack 7 times every 10 seconds. So that would mean Maloc is dealing 85 damage times 7 is 595 damage every 10 seconds. If he just burning fires on him, or uses the burning Serve the Blood, or whatever it's called, the pump, the steroid, on himself. So it's a shame too, because this is going to attract, the Infernal faction just attracts people who are like, well, I don't know about RTSs, but wait, there's demons in this one? Oh, I'm going to pick the demon class. And then when they do that, they're going to burn all of their mana in a bunch of satisfying spells and not get a whole lot out of it. Hopefully what they do enjoy are these big Timmy, like, AoE things. I actually don't think the Chimera will make it into PvP or any version of it. Frost Giant Studios just seems to despise flyers, and I can't really blame them after what they've seen over the course of their other RTS games and over RTS history. Also, something I want to note here is that they have said that Blizzard, right? So they've worked on Warcraft 3 and StarCraft 2. At least some people in their company have worked with it. I imagine many of them, even if they didn't work on it directly, have a huge amount of understanding of those games, watching them professionally, working backstage events, like working with other players, etc. But something else that wasn't positively remarked upon, except for one guy who just quips about stuff on Twitter, was that they've also worked on Command and Conquer. Now, I've played Command and Conquer Tiberium Sun. Transportation and flying units are really good, it turns out, in that game, and across Command and Conquer generally. This won't make it into PvE in the current faction or fashion. Anything you wanna shout out, or are you thinking about right now, Theory? By the way, I just said, hey, how are you doing? And then launched into a rant. But let's see. Mortarden looks kind of cool. Mortarden looks like... Oh, what was the question? How are you holding up? Because I said, hi, how are you doing? And immediately ignored everything and went back into patch note land. Oh, what's tomorrow? If there's more news, I've missed it. I have a 9 to 5 in addition to the work that I'm doing here. Yeah, I try to stay on top of what everyone is doing. Ooh, spicy. Very nice. That's actually great news, because if that's the case, I had heard from people, right? It doesn't mean it's true. I had heard from people that Kickstarters only were going to get in after the conclusion of the Kickstarter campaign, so that the money they could make sure the money got in, right? That they got the money and the person didn't just put in the money and then charge it back immediately. Ah, okay. Yes. I saw an email as a person not in the beta that said, hey, you could still try and do stuff in the Kickstarter if you want. It's a possibility. I actually think that without being dismissive, I think a lot of the people who are joining in, Frost Giant Studios is interested in what they'll have to say about PvE, right? Maybe also balance, because balance changes a little bit at lower levels, or at lower levels of familiarity. So let's see. Yeah, the best thing to do here is just use the least impressive looking ability on Maloc, use it on themselves, and then almost never use the more expensive effects unless it gets really dire, and this thing seems to get a lot better the more that you have played RTS games before and realize that or maybe League of Legends, you realize the steroid is better than the AoE ability. That's extremely mana inefficient. Yep, along with a new look for our co-op mode, we've introduced Hero XP. This just makes sense, because how else could you unlock XP? You got any friends who are getting in, Theory? I think some people from my community are still over there. Let's see. Pretty sure Consciously Eating is in there. He's not actually from Little Wargame, but he was playing Little Wargame Hydra. I saw how he was doing in tournament results. Oh, good. I'm excited for this. I'm pretty sure everyone else is... by the way, both Maloc and Blockade will unlock unique abilities, units, and passives as they level up across multiple co-op matches. This is fantastic. The essential component of co-op... So, I'm the kind of person who could play the same game over and over, right? I do that for Dance Dance Revolution. I've done that for Little Wargame. Yes, Baku Mixu and a handful of others. Yep. I think I've seen Baka in the game that I play a lot. Also, I am happy for Mixu because it looks like it might be possible to do command posts first again. And Mixu looks like he will command post first, even if all units did 1,000,000 damage. And I respect that. I really do. The man wants his money, or the person wants their money. So, 1v1 ranked leagues. New look. Our 1v1 mode has a fantastic new look to show off the factions of Stormgate as you queue up. I'm gonna be honest, I don't care much about this kind of stuff, but it is an excellent thing to do when you're gonna get a bunch of non-endemic RTS fans in. Right? There's going to be a lot of people who maybe they're coming in because it's free and their friend is bringing them in, and they frankly, they're not sold. This will sound so strange. People who don't play, I call them lifestyle games, right? Dance Dance Revolution, StarCraft, RTS games in general, right? If you're one of these people who like really competes in something like Magic the Gathering, there are games that you can put as much chess, there are games you can put as much time and effort into as you are willing to put in. And they don't actually change, or if they do, they change on a very superficial level, and you're the one who's constantly growing, constantly improving, constantly changing. I will say that people who play lifestyle games, like myself, they don't really care about things like this. Like, oh, it has a new look to show off factions as you queue up, because we're already bought and sold. We're already in, right? We will keep playing for however long we are allowed to play. But I will say that people who bounce around games, right? And I have people that I know personally who do this, and they're not worse people or anything like that, right? It's just a difference. They love when the game looks different. They love that shit. Same thing for the visual update, extends the loading screen showing your opponent and their faction. This is good because we're gonna have tournaments. By the way, Theory, are you gonna be in the EGC 10K in the Stormgate Open? I would imagine so, right? I mean, it is an open tournament. Pretty much anyone can join. Yes, yes. Actually, there was a weekly event by Attico, I believe, that I saw on the Discord, and people, I saw people on not on the Discord, on Reddit. There were people on Reddit who said some version of, "Who are you?" And it's like, who is this person? Who is Attico? Like, go to Liquipedia. Get out of here. Go to Liquipedia. Go look up who the organizer is for all of these events, right? Yes, exactly. Attico is legendary, right? Here's the thing. I come from Little War Game, which is a lesser-known RTS. It's a browser game, and there are people throughout that community, not just myself, but many other people in that community, and they've done the thankless job of organizing tournaments on a weekly or a monthly basis, putting together new events and rule sets for people. One of them is square root of -1. I believe AC did that as well one time. Consciously eating, Zhao. And guess what? The people who put together those events are very often not getting paid. It's a lot of work. There's a lot of things that can go wrong, right? And you're all on the hook for it. And also, if you're putting those together, you can't play in the event that you're also putting together. So, like, it's a very thankless task. And I can't believe that someone said, "Who's Attico?" Yeah, organizes the tournament, admins the tournament, makes sure every round is started, streams the final rounds, updates the Liquipedias. He's a legend. Okay, so I'll very quickly, to show that I understand that this dude is a legend. There was a point in which Harstum and some other people came, Harstum and Grubby, I believe, came in for, yes, and that's the hard part, because in Little Wargame we have those people too. I hosted one event because the weekend that Harstum and Grubby came in, there were a lot of people in Little Wargame playing it for free, and I hosted a $500 Praise Harstum tournament. We had like 32 people with double elimination and best of 3 matches, and I was casting and organizing the event, and I came up with the rules for the event, and we had to figure out the timing for NA and EU, as you're saying here. And we didn't even have a page to update. I just took the whole thing, put it on my Twitch, and then uploaded it to my Twitter, or uploaded it to YouTube and then attached it to Twitter as a pinned post and said, "Here you go, you can see it forever if you want to." I didn't even do the Liquipedia update that Attico is doing, and that took me 14 hours on a Saturday, right? And some later work on a Sunday. Like, Attico, the fact that he did that weekly, and I've not heard a peep, I've not heard one bad thing said about how that was managed or how that was done, or any groaning about him organizing that. So the fact that someone on Reddit was like, "Who's Attico?" all right, maybe like don't pretend you're a hardcore person and then not know who this person is when I'm not even in the beta and I know who Attico is. Like, come on now, fix yourself. I can't believe silly people sometimes theory. This visual update extends to the loading screen showing your opponent and their faction. Yes. What a legend. What a legend. And also, I know that, how to say, so I found out from just a simple $500 tournament that people you think are nice and smooth and wonderful and everything goes well, when there's money on the line, that changes how people act. But I've discovered something else. When there's prestige on the line, that changes it even more. Because, yeah, maybe $75 isn't much to me for whatever reason. You know, I live in the Western Hemisphere in the United States or something like that, and that's just not as much money for who I am and what my financial situation is. Whatever. But if it's something like you are the winner of a tournament, or you are, like, potentially, I've seen this for Guardians of Atlas in 2016. The prestige of finishing well in that alpha tournament, in the technical pre-alpha, end of technical pre-alpha tournament, there were people who were talking to teams and talking to sponsors, right? And that's not for the money only. That was also if you do well, your name has meaning. Your name matters. Who you are matters. You have now the history of being someone who was very strong at this time, right? I mean, the game died, unfortunately, but, like, if it had existed, we would know who people like Milia and Aswan were, because they were just like multiple tiers above other people. So the fact that he was able to keep everything cool is very cool. Is like I said, it's a thankless job. He did an excellent job. So, also showing your opponent and their faction, something I want to see is, so showing your opponent and their faction means that there's probably not a random ability, right? You can't select random. And then showing your opponent, I wonder if it shows their MMR as well, because it says that it'll show your MMR, right? So that you can see it for your faction as you play 1 versus 1. And I've seen the screens from the streams where it is shown as how many points you have, but I don't think that's the same thing as MMR, right? So you'll now be placed within a league based on your performance. Now, Theory, listen, I'm an asshole sometimes, right? I try not to be, but there's just this part of me that grew up with dial-up internet and has not forgotten what the internet used to be like. So let's go over the ranks, shall we? We'll go through them backwards. Master, Diamond, Platinum, Gold, Silver, Bronze, Aspirant. Now, I'm going to get the big one out of the way right here. This is, what's funny is, as soon as I read this, I went on Reddit and said, can we not call the worst league Aspirant? Because people are just going to say that you're ass. Right? Isn't that the joke? Right? That aspirant shortens to ass, as in you're garbage, you're shit, you smell, you suck. Right? Can we not call it that? Reddit was quick to tell me, well, you would have come up with a name for anything, actually, and I've never heard anyone use that. Well, yeah, because I'm imagining that is what it's going to be used for in the future, you moron. Right? I'm not saying it's been used like that in the past. I'm telling you that I know how the minds of people like me think, and that people are going to say aspirant just means ass. And then I was told, oh, that'll yeah, aspies, exactly. Yes. Yeah, oh, no, that'll never, that's actually, that's fucked up that's actually something someone came up with. It is funny, though. Like, I'm not going to live in a world where I have to pretend that that's not funny, but also, obviously, that's a bit fucked up, right? So, here's the thing. I said that. No, there's no way that anyone would do that. I go to Artosis' video. Under the comments, there's someone who just says, there's no way Aspirant won't call it ass. And Artosis likes it. Right? So remember, Reddit knows more than me because they don't know who I am. That's fine. But apparently Reddit also knows better than Artosis, one half of the casting Archon and a legend in the RTS scene who's been around for decades. Also, have you met Artosis' chat? Artosis' chat is a series of people who get on TTS and just hit him with the most banal, insufferable, infuriating nonsense ad nauseum, to the point that it would drive a lesser man insane and an insane man back towards sanity. And so he has to put up with that drivel all of the time. And so I'm sure that he has very well attenuated himself to the fuckery that people will come up with. There is no way that this is going to stick as ass, right? As aspirant. Now, it was a good try, right? But genuinely, my real suggestion here is call it iron, right? Now, you might say, that's what Riot Games does. Yes, it is what Riot Games does. Let's think about why that would be a good idea, shall we? Riot Games has League of Legends. Your thoughts on it, not you, Theory, but anyone's thoughts on it. Anyone's thoughts on League of Legends, kind of, it's not that they pale in comparison to this, but just think about this. It's been the number 1 to number 3 most popular game on Twitch pretty much since Season 2, probably since Season 1 in the West, right? Now, they recently realized that bronze was too big, so they added a thing called iron. Now, people joked that it would be called Wood League or Compost or like Glass or like, Crayon or something like that. And they called it Iron League. And you know what? Yeah, it is dismissive and shit. Yeah, exactly, Rusty. So it is dismissive and shit to hear, oh, but you're in iron. But let's think about this. So if you make it, instead of aspirant, you make it iron, all of the people in League of Legends will know what iron represents. And you're like, who cares about League of Legends, you idiots? Let's think about this again. League of Legends is a top-down game that uses mouse and keyboard primarily, in which you control a hero, right, with the goal of killing your opponent, that has a ranked distribution and is customarily played with groups of people because solo queue is insufferable. Now, you're about to open up your game primarily to people. Your marketing pitch is that this isn't your 90s RTS, right? We're going to be friendly to you if you are a less experienced player through our co-op VAI. It is not an accident that their co-op VAI has heroes. It is not an accident that the co-op VAI heroes that they have are direct copies of some of the most iconic heroes in both Warcraft 3, which ultimately spawned League of Legends if you go back far enough, right? And in League of Legends / Dota, right? But League of Legends generally, because the abilities are a bit simpler. It's not an accident that the abilities are set to QXCV, much like how in League they are set, or in League they're set to QWER, and down here they're set to ZXCV. 4 abilities. So, do we want the people who would be most easily able to come over with their friends from a similar top-down game in which they use a hero to defeat enemy objectives to be familiar with the rank structure and understand where they sit in the hierarchy? Well, listen, I know that StarCraft 2 fans and pros, well, I won't say pros, I know that people who play a lot of RTS games, right, particularly StarCraft 2 fans, because I used to be one of those people who acted this way, have an actual hard-on for hating League of Legends because, it's the easy game, and, you just control one character, and, Flash is going to say, Flash would control 5 of them at the same time and say, it seems the other guy was quite good, and all of that nonsense, right? I get it, but you should at least play nice, right? Try and open it up for them, and don't call it aspirant, for fuck's sake. First off, so many ways, ass isn't just shit, aspy as theory, as you said, right? Asp, as in you're just like a snake, you're just like a scum, like ankle biter, basically. People haven't thought about this. I just call it iron, get over it, realize that you are kind of trying to attract these people? Because am I the only one who forgot this, that there were streams of co-op versus the AI with the Odd One? Now, if you don't know who the Odd One is, and you didn't watch that stream because who cares about League of Legends players, you should probably care a lot about what the opinion is of people who play the most popular mouse and keyboard top-down level hero fighter in the entire world. Think about your 3-person co-op VAI that has heavy dependency on heroes. Just a thought, just a small thing that you should probably change your mind on before you go to bed. Just call it Iron. And while we're at it, just call White Health Veil. Thank you. Each league is subdivided into 3 number tiers. This is excellent because I remember when StarCraft 2 didn't do this, and you had to listen to people who had just barely eked their way into Diamond tell you how they're actually high Diamond, low Masters. Funny names for the lowest league sounds disparaging. Here's the thing. That's why I want it to change, Rusty. That's why it should just be Iron, right? Just change it to something that other people know from other games that people haven't found. Listen, my mind is kind of fucked up. I could find a way for Iron to actually be incredibly insulting, but I'm not going to put what my exact thoughts are on how to do that out onto the internet, right? But it doesn't take me figuring that out. Yeah. But there's no way to get around it, right? You could change the names around. You could call, if you got rid of Aspirant and Bronze and Silver was the gold level, or Silver was the bottom level, right? CSGO players would understand that more because Silver is the bottom level in their game, and then Silver would be the shit one. I think some people on Reddit made a good point that there will be some negative stereotype associated with the name of the lowest league anyways, and that's fine because objectively, those people are the worst players at the game in a competitive sense. Although something that I think that all of these games have failed to do outright is if you've ever played an unranked or normals game that really doesn't care about your MMR, and then you've played a ranked game, it turns out it's something crazy the bottom 10%. It's something nuts, the bottom 10% of any ranked distribution in the popular video games you've played on computer, on mouse and keyboard. The bottom 10% is equal to the mid 50 to upper 75% of the unranked structure. I think that was something that was put out by someone did an OPGG analysis and found that out, right? So, if you're a bad ranked player, you're still better than most people who don't play ranked, especially as the game gets older, right? And I think that would actually combat a lot of the negativity. But a lot of the thing too is people are going to say, "Oh, but I don't want to have the lowest rank because then I would have ladder anxiety." I don't know what to tell you. I've been shit at everything I've ever tried, and then gotten better at it. Some of them faster than others, usually the ones that I got my ego out of the way on. Some of them slower than others, usually when I didn't have access, didn't care enough, or it wasn't a priority for me, right? You're always going to start at the bottom, right? Okay. Work your way up from tier 3 to tier 1 and get promoted to the next league. Yes, I'm just glad that we don't have to listen to somebody who just scraped into Diamond say that they're actually high Diamond, low Masters, or any variation of that. Also, it's frustrating to not know what your progress looks like. And I love the transparent MMR screen because here's the thing. This should probably be something that is turned off by default, right? Because while I would always want my MMR available, there are people who don't want a quantifiable explanation for how bad they are. One of the big reasons that people get to have Dunning-Kruger over something like chess is that over the board, right, if you've just learned the rules of chess, you think that you're pretty good at chess, right? You can't really fathom, well, yeah, there's super grandmasters and stuff, but I'm not on that level, but I'm at least pretty good, right? Because there's not a number quantifying how good or bad you are. But if you were to go on Lichess or if you were to go on chess.com or these other websites, they'll give you a number. And then the pain point, they'll tell you, yeah, but you would actually be worse in real life than you are on the computer for a variety of reasons we've documented. So I think that this is good to have the transparent MMR screen, but keep it off by default, right? Keep it off by default and make it easy to turn back on. It needs to be oh, I don't have my MMR. How do I get my MMR? Oh, it's super easy. Go to the gear icon, options, gameplay, first button. Turn on MMR. Okay. Cool. Okay. Here we go. Time for Vanguard. I actually think it would be cool, in line with what you're saying, Rusty, for the people who care about the names to give a different name to the subdivisions than Div 3, Div 2, Div 1, right? Because those hard numbers are going to be for people like me, and I imagine like Theory, and other people who are looking at this from a competitive side, either whether they can compete or they're just like they want to improve in this game particularly. Where do you find the patch notes? !patch. Yep, they were publicly available. You're all good, Nano Knight. You're all good. I want to stress that Farmman Official did, I believe, a 20-minute video going over this, and then Artosis also did a 48-minute video, I believe, going over this. But you can see that I'm at an hour 10, so if you want that, like, deep thought, we're going to be on Deep Thought Town. It's not that those people aren't thinking about it sufficiently, by the way. It's that YouTube encourages different types of content. Yes, yes. So, Vanguard, habitat upgrades. So, the first thought I had when I watched Artosis' stream was that the solar habitat... Oh, thank you, Nano Knight, for joining the beta. So that's my private joke, because as people tell me all the time, but you're not in the beta. All right. Listen... You tell me who's doing what you're suggesting when they're not in the beta either. Also, do you know how much freedom I have to say mad shit when I'm not in the beta? I've already seen that Reddit mods can kick people for being asocial. Yeah, we in it. Yeah, of course. By the way, when I'm in it, it's gonna be like, I'm gonna figure out something for work because I do have a 9 to 5, and I'm gonna see if I can't just be on that like. Well, we'll get to it. I don't want to promise something that might not happen, but I'm going to want to put in a lot of hours during that time. So, okay, so Vanguard, habitat upgrades. So for those of you who don't know, it's the supply depot. Not quite, but good enough. Solar habitat, 100 luminite, 600 health. Yes, yes. There are a lot of people who are pushing for that, actually. I don't agree with some videos that have said the editor is the way of the future, but I do agree that there is a portion of people, much like the competitive players, who will spend an infinite amount of time in the editor. Even if once it's made, it can be set and forget, right? Yeah, I tried to rebuild my unit tester if they don't make it themselves. Yes, I'm also one of the first things I'm going to do when I get in is I'm going to document every single one of the, I'm going to document all of the numbers, because people seem to like some of the other numbers that were captured, like when I was literally spacebar K alternating to see something as a pixel generates over on the side. And I'm pretty sure people would just like, here's the grand list of the Excel document of this stuff. Now, Theory, there might be someone who's already made that in the beta. It wouldn't surprise me, right? I don't think it would be against NDA to just say, like, has someone made that list, basically, but... Yeah, it's so helpful for theory crafting, because also you start understanding what upgrades you care about, what the impact is of those upgrades, and it can change the whole metagame. Very short example, when I finally made a spreadsheet for Little War Game, which is a browser RTS game, free, you can go play it right now, and I've done a lot of stuff in that game, which is why I mentioned it, and it's been about a decade of working on stuff in that game on and off. One of the things that I realized about 1.5 to 2 years into the game's development is that there was a unit called the Catapult, which is basically the Atlas. And I found out that, wait a second, an airship can fit 2 catapults. And the catapults can 2-shot a worker. Every tournament thereon kind of wildly depended upon that exact interaction, counterplays to that interaction, micro for optimizing how you use airships. And yeah, knowledge base can absolutely turn the meta of something around, which is part of why I'm doing this. I'm trying to get ahead of not other people, but also of my own ignorance. I'm trying to improve. 100 Luminite, 600 health, 5 supply, and enables solar charge. So I actually thought that this wouldn't have 600 health, because if you look at the nerfs that they give later down, they actually say that they took away 200 health and the heavy tag from the habitat, and they made it so that it gained the light tag instead. And one of the best things to do in an RTS, if you find something is overpowered, is to take away its ability, like take away some stats from it, and then give it back to them in an upgrade. Right? So I actually thought that that would be all on the Rampart. 100 Luminite, plus 5 supply, and enables solar charge. Increases the production speed and attack speed of a nearby friendly structure by 25%. Now, we don't know how many things you can operate on at a time. However, we know that there was a link that was sent at the bottom of this page, put over on the Reddit, and actually, if you're assigned to the Frost Giant Studios newsletter, at the very bottom of it, it shows in an angle that looks kind of like this, a Vanguard base, and we could understand that the habitats were drawing like a yellowish green line, and we saw what looked to be health sparkles coming over mech bays and a barracks, and that's the solar habitat, right? So I thought it was healing it, which would make sense for like making, because Vanguard has a sub theme of being extremely bulky, but this has increased the production speed and attack speed of a friendly nearby structure by 25%. So obviously, this just gets better. So we don't know what the range is of solar charge. When we were looking at it, it seems to be, it's got to be at least like range 6, it looks like, judging from the perspective of the camera shot, like range 5 or 6. For the production speed, like, how to say, I don't really think that this is worth getting to then do a proxy or some kind of all-in, because there is going to be a limited distance. And then the second thing is the attack speed of a nearby structure. This is also good in that you're probably not going to proxy a habitat update and then upgrade it to a solar habitat for the purposes of then making your defensive structure stronger. So the attack speed benefit, I find it hard to imagine how you're going to weaponize that, right? By, let's say, for instance, doing something like we saw in Broken Crown Hinterlands in the previous patch. Increases the production speed by 25%. That's just flatly better the longer the production timer would be. So this is probably meant to either throw on your air units or your mech bay, right? So this also gives a little bit more of a mind game and not a mind game. This gives a little bit more nuance to how you place your habitats. If you go for the solar habitat, right, you probably either want to now put their, because before people were just dumping all of their habitats here or up on a wall, right, to try and defend against harassment in versus Infernals. So I don't know if this actually changes that. What it does change is it kind of is an admission that the Infernals' rate of growing, here we're on this right now, it's kind of an admission that the rate at which Infernals were able to generate through their card system is hard to keep up with. It might actually be it may be overtuned in conjunction with a lot of the other build time nerfs that we're going to see for Vanguard units. Now, I do like the bonus supply, by the way, because now we could just compare what's better, right? Making the habitat and generating hit points as a wall and denying surface area, or just upgrading for Luminite, right? Just from a pure Luminite perspective, it's not as efficient because the habitat gives 10 and this would only give it plus 5. So you're actually losing out and spending extra 50 gold for no benefit. But it enables solar charge. We also don't know if solar charge is an activatable ability, right? So if solar charge is a passive effect and it affects the nearest production structure or attacking structure natively for you, then we're probably going to see something like half of the habitats get transformed into solar habitats. If, however, it is an ability that you have to go ahead and activate, then I don't know how often this will get used except on some key structures. And the reason I say that is that Vanguard have, in general, fewer hit points on their units, not fewer effective hit points. We'll get to that in a second. So it depends on how it's implemented, right? If this is an APM tax or an APM sync, then this will be something that I think sees less play than it actually should. So Rampart, 800 health and 100 energy, By the way, I do think that this is a passive ability, and the reason I think this is a passive ability is that we don't see anything about its energy cost. So notice for the Rampart, we have 800 health and 100 energy. Notice for the Solar Habitat, it says 600 health, but it doesn't say anything about energy. So this does imply to me that this, and also the fact that the Solar Charge, if you looked in the Frost Giant Studios newsletter, and it has that zoomed down perspective, we actually see that the solar charge looks like it's drawing a continuous line as opposed to like firing a pulse. It's just a continuous beam, and that does make me think that it picks the nearest structure and then applies it to this, right? So if its nearest structure is a sentry post with something in it, then it'll just beam to that. And if it's actually this mech bay over here, it'll just beam to that. It'll just be attached at the hip. So the Rampart costs 100 Luminite. It also grants +5 supply. I'm not going to lie, this kind of shits on the Solar Habitat, basically. And it enables Reinforce. So Reinforce increases the armor of a nearby friendly structure by 200 for 20 seconds. When it says a nearby friendly structure, I wonder if it can target itself. This is always the question that I have is, can this in fact target itself? What's interesting about this is that the Rampart is actually harder. It seems weird because they move abilities like the Bob Overcharge up to the top bar, and then when they have it up at the top bar, you then have to cast the ability and then select the command post that you want to have it affected by. This looks like it should be a top bar ability, and it gives you 50 energy and increases the armor of a friendly nearby structure by 200 for 20 seconds. So they took away 200 of the hit points of the unit, and then they give it back to you for the cost of this, and the ability to increase a friendly structure's armor by 200 for 20 seconds. So I still think it should be a top bar ability, but also this tells us something about the armor system that was never publicly talked about before. Watch my giant. Oh my gosh, this is, by the way, how you can get value out of something that isn't told to you, but its omission is actually the value. So 200 armor. Let's think about what that actually means. Okay, so if I were playing a normal game with level 1, like the basic implementation of armor would mitigate 1 damage for every point of it, which is to say if I had 500, if I had a unit with 500 damage and it hits you and you have 200 armor, I would expect that it does 300 damage. Now, we haven't seen any units that actually have a damage that value that high. I mean, we see Magmadons do some AoE, we see Weavers are going to do a percentage amount of health, and depending on the target, they might be doing like 50 damage or something like, 80 damage, something like that. And then Grunts or Brutes rather, are actually hitting for about 30 to 35 damage from what we can tell. So 200 armor means that it can't possibly work on a number mitigation system. So what I actually think is that it works a lot more like what we saw in Diablo 3. And because these are people who are from Blizzard. I'm not saying they worked on Diablo 3, but I've just worked in creative environments before, and I've also worked at more successful companies and startups and things like that before. The culture of what you're around influences what your later decisions are, even if you weren't directly in the field with those people doing that thing. Military does this a lot too. And why am I bringing this up? Well, when it says it increases the armor of a nearby friendly structure by 200 for 20 seconds, it wouldn't surprise me if it is, like I said, something like the Diablo 3 system, right? Where, this building has 0 armor. What does armor do? Well, every 1 point of it generates damage mitigation. So it wouldn't surprise me if when it says increase the armor of a friendly structure by 200 for 20 seconds, if it was something like every 10 points in armor is 1 actual damage mitigation, right? Something like this. Now, we can't go too much farther in than that because I don't know what the exact numbers are, and we didn't have anyone tell us so far publicly, these are the weapon types, these are the armor types. We can see that there's damage mitigation in different weapon types, and this is heavily implied by the light versus heavy that we get later down the line. But, yeah, so what to think overall? if the solar charge ability of the solar habitat doesn't require you to actively do something, I would be very mad if I were an Infernals player. And just watch as the Vanguard players, one of the first things they should probably do with under the new patch is take the time and just math out, like just place all of their buildings in an editor or some equivalent, or in a versus AI game where they kill almost everything that the AI owns with the exception of one building. And just think like, okay, when I have a 3-base economy, I want all of my stuff aligned like this, right? Again, if it's active, it seems much worse, and the Rampart ability should be moved to the top bar. I actually think that this goes the wrong way in addressing one of the key problems that people saw from the previous playtest or the previous beta. Devastator, not Devastator. Yeah, Devastator, I think it was called. And the reason I say that is I don't think that this actually stops the problem of your front getting harassed by fiends, right? But we'll go on. We'll go on. Like it's something new for Vanguard to do, right? It gives them more tools at the very least. Hedgehog visual update. All right, time for a Reddit nuclear take, right? This is that clippable shit that'll make you say, why do you even listen to this guy? He knows nothing about games, despite what he's done professionally that I don't know about because I don't study people on the internet. I just watch them for fun. That's the average person on insert social media platform. Hedgehog visual update. Will do. Thanks, X. Why is Hydrate actually a set of like Ed, and Eddie gumballs? We have Pepsi. Does that count, X? So, Hedgehog visual update. I hate this. That's right. I think it's shit. I think it's terrible. Right? One of the most frequent complaints that people have had about Stormgate publicly, and I'll dive into it later. Yeah, you have a Baja Blast. Nice. Have you seen the meme or there's a video by like Core JJ, not Core JJ, like Solid JJ or someone like that, where it's L and Light like arguing over who would get who fast food, and then Misa says, "Oh, I'll get you a Baja Blast," and they figure out that it means like the Ides of March, and that Misa's gonna kill L right there. It's a weird video, but it's fun. So Hedgehog visual update. I think it's shit. I don't like this. I don't like it at all. One of the biggest complaints people have had publicly, and they have stated it multiple times, is a couple of things. I can't see who owns what team colors. I can't tell what those frigging units are. You know what was great? Here's the thing, right? I experienced this myself in an FPS game currently, where, yes, it doesn't look good for bare assets to be bare, right? For in an FPS game, for the walls of an arena to be white with grid lines, right? That doesn't look sexy. It doesn't look great if you're going into RPG Maker and you're using default characters, right? A lot of people are going to be like, oh, I don't like that actually. But you know what's great? Is that when you have those, visual clarity is amazing. You can see exactly what the unit is. You can tell exactly how many there are. And if we get a visual update that is in line with the rest of the Stormgate units from Devastator before lighting or other changes, I'll be honest, like, I'm just not a fan. I just preferred actually seeing the unit, knowing how many there were, how many salvos were firing, etc. I think it's going to be... I don't like it. I actually think this is one in which people just they misunderstand. They think that an improvement in graphics is always a good thing. It is not always a good thing. Now, I'm not saying that the new Hedgehog will look bad. I haven't seen the new Hedgehog, right? From what I know, publicly, we don't know what the new Hedgehog actually looks like. But there's a better chance it'll blend in with everything else when it has the same visual style as everything else, right? I'm just not a fan. Also, you have to remember that the team behind this has heard, and I don't have receipts for this, but I said this yesterday, I don't have the receipts as in the exact forum posts and interviews where this was said. Just take it from someone who was living through the times that it happened. The StarCraft 2 team whoever that was, and whoever that was that happens now to be in Frost Giant or wherever else they are in the gaming space, did not like that people played on low graphics. They did not like it. And I can tell you, I've seen this happen for. I've actually talked to some MTG artists when I've been at cons, and the same thing, right? They'll make beautiful alts of cards, beautiful alt arts of cards, right? Fucking amazing. Oh my gosh, let me go up and I'll go up later and go get some of my like tokens that I've gotten, because tokens are the best thing to get alts of if you're playing at an event. Beautiful. And then your opponent is just like, what is that? Where's its power toughness? Where are its abilities? I can't tell what that is because it's all grayscale, or it's colored but the color's really like dash or something like that, right? And it's just a shame. Like, you can have these artists who are literally paid professionally they're paid in a professional manner to create these cards. And then you'll have people say, I can't tell what's going on with that card, actually. Sound. So, again, graphics aren't visual clarity. I'm pretty sure visual clarity is the new hotness on Reddit. Everyone will forget what they know about visual clarity as soon as you ask them a question like, how do you like debuffs against Shroud? Their mind will get completely frozen by having to understand a two-pronged argument. Okay. Infernal, new unit, Hellborn. Well, I'm glad we got a lot of information about it. Okay, going down. Custom hotkeys. You can now customize a wide breadth of your hotkeys in Stormgate to play the way you want to play. Hey, Rusty, if you're still in the chat, this is the area where you could actually make a change, because I believe it was publicly said that they want to put in the core as one of the key ways to change out your hotkeys as like a preset. Artosis was even saying that he liked the ability to just keep all of the units the same, like keep all of the hotkeys the same or as close to the same as possible. I will say, having come from Little Wargame, the idea that isn't it a little weird to use like QWER up on the top and then have to go to like the ASDF underneath? Not at all. Sounds perfectly good to me. I like what the system is that we have. There will be someone who finds out that through some kinesiological reason, right, there's a better way to position your hands to actually get it. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if someone was like, actually, if you're smart enough, you can use the numpad. Here's how you can go ahead and use it, and it causes the least drift across all of your fingers. Like, sure, man. You go hard on that. That's not something that I know. As it stands, excellent. Still more improvements to be made for hotkeys, so please share your feedback. The biggest area for hotkey improvement is going to be on the automated hotkeys that are generated for newer players and on the top-down bar. Right? Because when you say that there's a top-down bar, it immediately makes me wonder, is that taking the place of function keys? Are you taking up a certain number of 1 to 0 command keys? Can we rebind spacebar to react to something? Right? Someone years ago in StarCraft 2 discovered the backspace inject method. Are we going to get that as well? Like, are we going to find... Does the ability to remap things is that ever going to present a difficulty in making more use of it? Top bar in both co-op and 1v1, you'll see a new top bar complete with many faction or hero-specific global abilities at your disposal. It's a new way to activate abilities and rituals previously found on Vanguard Command Post or Infernal Shroud Stones. Okay, so what's happening here is that in Warcraft 3 and League of Legends, you would use different hotkeys for some of your activatable abilities in your inventory, and this is just saying, hey, we know that we can't do that because the RTS that we're making, you have a different set of expectations for doing that. So we're going to go ahead and change how this works. Makes sense. Good for new players. Sick. All right, everyone. Prepare your body. Ready yourself. Ooh. We're an hour and a half in, and we're finally to the balance notes, and we're about a quarter of the way down the entire page. It's going to be great. And this is the part that's actually going to take the most time to... Fuck. Actually, I have given some thought to, after this, for tomorrow or some later date, getting people who are in the beta who will be wise enough to not break their NDA and say anything they shouldn't say, and just ask, like, what do you think about this stuff over here? Like, what's your overall impression, etc.? I would be genuinely curious. And it would make for good content. Yes, it would make for great content, but more importantly, right? And yes, it would get that person's name out there, and then we would have like a back and forth, and maybe some of my misunderstandings could be corrected, etc. But just be interesting. I would just love to know. So, general, a pass was done to normalize the vision range of ranges of all units and structures in the game. I mean, if they weren't baseline to some value, then sure, it makes sense that you do this. There are some times I've noticed with siege units, there are times that you specifically want their vision to be lower, or with dropping or harassment units, you might want their vision to be lower. It wouldn't surprise me if down the line we actually see air units get hit with a nerf to lower their vision range, because one of the underappreciated aspects of what makes air units good, even if they're bad units, is that they typically have a thing called vision height bonus. They can see up cliffs. They can like see what your opponent is doing. They're a scout unit in addition to performing their functions for harassment or whatever else they're supposed to accomplish, air defense, right? So it wouldn't surprise me if we do see some changes there. Fixed an issue where walling was not as consistent as intended. That's good, because I think Probe was actually going to have was gonna throw his virtual, he was going to, in Minecraft, in a video game, throw his headset through a wall until something broke on the other side. If another instance happened, like, I think it was also Azure, I could be mistaken, where you're like, ooh, there's actually a one block there where, yeah, you thought you were blocking that, but surprisingly the Brute could slip through, or the Fiend could slip through, or, and they don't want to talk about this, but listen, okay, I know he's Vanguard, and we're like, isn't Vanguard kind of getting the shit out of the deal but right now? But like, the way that Kiwian's Hedgehogs were able to slip out from what seemed like a full trap of mana on the Jagged Maw game in game 0 of their best of three. It's actually 4. Game 0 was a break, it was a disconnect. Did make me wonder, like, wait, how did those Hedgehogs escape? Like, I'm not saying Kiwian is bad and deserved to lose them or anything like that, but like, when it just looked like a slippery unit, right? It just looked like they got through some collision they weren't supposed to. So it wouldn't surprise me if the issue where walling isn't as consistent as intended is either actually an increase in the collision size of certain units, but mostly buildings. Or, like, if it's only buildings, we're fine. If it also was an indirect nerf to Fiends or Hedgehogs by slightly increasing their size so that their actual, like, gameplay size matches their visual stimuli size or stimulus size, then that could be a concern going forward. If that happens that way, Fiends and Hedgehogs are much worse off than they used to be, because then they will be physically bigger, and then that means they don't fit through the same areas that they can. They don't have the DPS density that they can. They can't leverage their speed at the same degree because they're getting in each other's way. But it would make them a little bit better at catching enemy units, just worse at going through walls or slipping around. If, however, the units weren't changed and it was just, oh yeah, we made the body blocking structures a little bit larger so that you don't feel like some bullshit happened, then great. Creeps. You know what's funny is that if you actually put creep in a tag on Twitch, it stops you. It says, are you sure you want to say that, this is associated with a history of policy violations? I was like, jeez, this is how you know Warcraft 3 just hasn't been around as much. Like, what are we going to call them? Camps? Oh my god. Alright, so creep stats have generally been rebalanced. Well, I'm glad they've generally been rebalanced, because that doesn't fucking help us at all figure out what that means. But they're about to explain it here. Creep camps generally gain less power as they level up. So what this tells me is that they thought that now, when they say less power, do they mean less duration for the effect? Because as far as I was understanding it, it was 4 minutes for the effect every time. So that seems unlikely. Gain slightly less power as they level up. Does that mean that the level upped version has lower hit points? or lower damage, that seems more possible, right? Health and speed camps now start at level 2. Now there were people postulating, wondering, pontificating, oh, but why were they nerfed? Okay, listen, just from me, outsider, not in the beta. Remember, not in the beta. First off, people weren't using health camps, but I think that was wrong, right? Because they can be used aggressively. And then the thing is, too, though, about the health camps and the thing about the speed camp is that you have to remember there was an implication from Reddit and from the non-internal Discord, like the fan Discord, basically, that speed camps used to be cracked in the previous build, not the previous to now, but like Chrono or whatever the Chronergy, whatever the C build was, the C milestone, the C phase, right? And so the thing was, the speed camp was much stronger, and then it was given a reduction in its speed duration to down to like 10 seconds. And the problem with both the health camp and the speed camp is, notice, creep camps generally gain slightly less power as they level up, but one of the big reasons to have health and speed camps start at level 2 is that you saw this on Broken Crown Hinterlands, right? How many times did you see the Infernal player wreck or contest at the very least the vision camp on one side of the map, and then when they had to split their fiends, they split the fiends, they go into the little crevice that's to the left, and they use 4 fiends, wreck the level 1 speed camp, and that's a big problem because units at that time, okay, so the fiend loses health over time. The unit that benefits the most from the speed camp are either, if it's a flat value, are slow units, and if it's a percentage value, are the faster units. But fiends would always benefit because if you get from point A to point B, right, and your unit's losing health over time. If I start here at 10 health and I get here at 1 health, that's bad. If I have a speed camp, I start here at 10 health and I get here at 4 health. And that actually meant that speed camps were effective hit point regeneration for fiends. And then the fiends could actually kill the speed camp on Broken Crown Hinterlands, run over to the third or back to their own base, kill this health camp there, and then heal up. Though we saw the interaction of getting the health camp into heal up a lot more on Secluded Grove. So I think that what is happening here is the health and speed camps, they were nerfed from their level 2 version, but they were made so that you can't kill them with 4 fiends, or if you can, it will require a lot more micro and attention. It wouldn't surprise me if it's actually now impossible to kill them with 4 fiends, because that was a major factor contributing to, or that was a factor contributing to the map pressure that that an Infernal player could put on you, right? Other reasons to do this is that the health camp just got killed at level 1, and then it was seen as being a bit too easy. And then when it says slightly less power as they level up, that is subtly communicating to you that level 3 of these camps weren't taken. Now, they're trying to make people play level 3 of these camps, right? Because that is one of the things that, like, creeping and creepjacking is one of the things that they're trying to integrate into the game. So it's really bad if you just say, oh, it's just too much damage and health, I can't deal with it at level 3, it's not worth it, right? Because we always saw people get health level 1, speed level 1, pretty reliably resource camps as they could get them. And then at level 3, it's like, I'll take this if I'm already winning, thanks. Otherwise, this isn't a major point of contestation. Siege camps now start at level 3, so we heard something from casts that were given out previously, through the Super Cup and through DreamHack Atlanta, that Vanguard players actually used to be able to cheese siege camps in Jagged Maw specifically by putting down sentry posts and taking them that way. Also, I think that people they don't want the double, they don't want the double catapult or the double siege camp to happen on Jagged Maw. Now, I think that is the fault of Jagged Maw. I think the idea that you have 2 siege camps that can both be seen by 1 vision camp just means that you are always setting yourself up for some form of failure in terms of double stacking, especially since you can somewhat control the enemy, the neutral catapult, the neutral siege camp, and it will help you kill other neutral objectives as long as you have started fighting them. So I think this is dodging the fact that Jagged Maw just has to only have one siege camp, right? They don't want to do that, and so this is a small admission of like, you don't get to double camp as easily. It'll take some more effort for you to go ahead and generate it. Right? What they're really going off of here too is that going for the siege camp, the original idea was supposed to be, for as far as I can tell design-wise, I'm going to go get the siege camp. It's going to take some resources from me, and it's going to take some time and attention. Once it's done though, I have a buff, I have a bonus. And what they found out actually is that I'm going to go take the siege camp because you weren't paying attention for 20 seconds, or I bought a temporary advantage that allowed me to do that. There's not really anything you can do about it. I'm not going to lose that many units, if any, and then I'm going to come at you with my army plus the siege camp. And one of the big reasons that this is a problem is that the different factions, the different races, don't treat the siege camp equally, right? So Vanguard has a sub-theme of movement and another separate domain or sub-theme of being bulky as shit, being defensive, staying in the fight. Okay? And Infernals has a sub-theme of we're just going to hit you with forces, and when we run out of forces, we will just make more. And they're big on melee attack. So, if you look at those two things, a Vanguard player can't really use the siege camp that effectively. It's useful, but it's like averagely effective, okay? And the thing is, Infernals don't like defending as a faction, though, and they really struggle with how to deal with this thing, especially if there is good path blocking, because most of their units are melee. How are they ever going to get on top of the siege camp? So it was okay for Vanguard, and it was really bad for Infernals to be on defense. Now let's go the other way, right? It's actually pretty terrible for their defensive structures for Vanguard to be on the defense, because movement is great in an open field and being tanky as shit is good when you're back home. But the thing is that the siege camp just continuously shells you with frigging damage. So what is the main defensive thing that Vanguard has, right? Now, everyone will laugh when I say this, but they have the sentry dog, right? The sensor dog that's just like a dog with a dish on its back. And I think it's sick, and we shouldn't change it, but it will get changed, obviously, because, people care about graphics more than they care about actually being able to see what the fuck is happening in the game. And the problem there is that the other benefit was Bob Overcharge. Now, what does Bob Overcharge do? It gives like 100 extra armor and doubles your damage. Okay. Does a catapult give any shits about that? No, not particularly. So, I'm glad that they started at level 3. It's going to make life a lot easier for everybody else. It means it won't be taken as easily. Creep camps now more greatly vary in number of camps. So they used to just be 1 or 3 camps, as far as I could tell. Right? And so the different number of camps, do they even affect different factions differently? I'm trying to think if the number of camps actually affects one faction differently relative to another. I guess if you have one camp, it implies that thing hits slow and hard, which means it's better against fiends, worse against brutes, better against gaunts. And then it's probably worse against... It's probably middling against lancers. And then if you have... Yeah, because lancers have native AoE. So if you have native AoE... And you have, but this camp has 9 things in it. Okay. Lancers are going to love that, because they're going to be able to use their AoE to stack and get multiple hits at once. And then they're going to use their superior gain on experience from that, because I guarantee you that those 9 items... So the number of camps or creeps on each camp is probably not yet been mathed out to how much experience you get for clearing all of it. Like, I would love to do that work myself, right? Once I get in, be like, if you clear this camp, you get this much. If you clear this camp, you get this much. This is stuff that Vanguard is going to care about a lot, is this idea of unit veterancy. And especially because of that, the number of units they kill matter to them, because the more units killed, the more opportunities to get veterancy, the more sources of veterancy. So I think that actually Infernals are going to want one big dumb thing that they have to wail on because they're more likely to be durable purely because of the brute. And then I think that Vanguard wants a dumb amount of small things, not least because a dumb amount of small things are really bad for fiends and brutes because they can't disperse their 30 damage and they're getting multi-tickled and they don't have native AoE. Okay. Health camp heal per second increased from 4 to 8. I'ma assume that the health camp is just the default value, right? The health camp heal per second is the default value that you get. 8 per second is nuts. Like, man, this is good. Man, this is okay. So the thing is that this now makes it that if you expand towards a position that your opponent has a health camp near and you attack off of 2 bases and you get that health camp, granted it starts at level 2. You have to take some more effort to clear it. But it's only slightly buffed from what it was previously, and it starts at level 2 mostly to stop fiends from doing things. So any committed attack that you were going to make anyways is already going to be more powerful because you're not going to send 4 fiends over to get the level 2 health camp in the first place. And so now your all-ins are literally double, like the effectiveness of plus 8 hit points just flatly means that you're also better off having more units because it's not restricted, it's not disseminated through the number of units that you have. And then units that have low hit points but can micro are going to be the stronger beneficiaries of this because they're getting more of their effective hit points healed. Like, okay, bear with me, right? If your army is 2 Magmadons and they're healing 8 hit points per second, you're glad that you have 8 hit point per second, right? Sure. But now imagine if your army is... Imagine if your army is that equivalent amount of Luminite, Therium, etc. Supply in Lancers. Lancers aren't weak. They can take some hits, but 8 hit points per second is 1/30th less, a little less. It's like 1/28th of their health per gain, right? They're getting 3.5% or 3.8%, something like that, of their health per regen. And the reason this matters more for Vanguard is that they have a lot of abilities where they hit and run and hit and run. Like Lancers, when they take damage, they gain attack speed and movement speed, right? They gain attack speed and movement speed. So any changes to creeps like this are going to be beneficial to them. Because imagine like 50% plus speed boosted Lancers or Exos that are doing the hit and run. Let's see, Gaunts also get this. Magmadons would love this because they can repeatedly dive in. What other units care? Medtechs would actually like this, but not for the reason you think, because then you could just send things to your local camp rather than have the medtech waste all of their energy on healing. So health camp heal per second should finally get people changing how they expand, as in they expand away from the health camps because of the threat that they now represent. And then the movement speed buff given by the speed camp duration increased from 10 to 20. That sounds like a big deal. I'm pretty sure that the whole purpose that was done was that they initially nerfed the speed camp strength. And so then they nerfed, I don't know, I don't have notes, but I'm pretty sure if I could find the receipts, it would be speed was overpowered, so they nerfed both the duration of the speed camp and the effective buff of the speed camp. And now that they have decided that the reduced effective duration, or not duration, now that they've decided that the reduced amount you get from the speed camp is fine, they're giving you back the duration. They also feel confident that giving you back the duration isn't going to cause problems because they've started these units off at level 2, which means you need a more committed effort early on to go ahead and clear them. And really this is a minor nerf for Infernals because in Vanguard just weren't getting to these positions first anyways, right? They're not usually making a lot of scouts in this matchup. From the games that we've seen, and just from thinking about like the fact that they, how can I say it? The fact that they buffed the scouts' base damage should be all the indication you need to know that they didn't think scouts were working against Infernals, right? By the way, Amount of Veterancy XP needed to level 1 and reduced by 33, 29, and 25%. Let's put this in perspective. If you were around an Exo when it died, so in the video that Artosis showed, there is a clip in which he's showing off the Lancer's ability to do AoE, and it's attacking an enemy Exo and dealing 10 damage to it through it, while a Medtech is healing the Lancer, and the opposition has 4 Lancers hitting him. When the Exo dies, he gains something like 1/3 to 1/4 of the unit veterancy required, right? So either all of the unit veterancy gains that you get are based off static values that can be manually changed, but the smart way to do it would probably be to do it dynamically based on the hit points of the unit in question. Right? So we don't know from the outside exactly how veterancy works. Is it different for each unit, or is it based on the hit points of the unit, or based on the tier or the tech cost, or like the resource cost, or how does that work exactly? We don't know. Reduced by 33% just means that you now need 2/3 what you did previously to get the veterancy increase, and the reason this matters is that veterancy looks like it gives plus 10% damage, which is the number everyone will care about, and plus 10% health, which is the number that I care about. And we'll get to why, because I'll just give you the short version right now. The medtech is still broken. Okay. Orbital Calldown. Do you see this? We're going to be at it for a while. We're going to be at it for a bit. Both Bob Overcharge and Deploy Sensor Drone have been moved to the top panel. Bob Overcharge requires you to target a command post or central command as opposed to it being an ability inside of the thing. This is... I'm trying to think of how my hands would move while doing this. So, like... I don't know if backspace works to alternate between your bases. If it doesn't, I'll just assume that you can tap like 6, right? Or F2, F3. So I was already going to either, if I think about it, you wouldn't want to activate the overcharge on both bases at the same time. So you were probably already using F2, F3, F4 to go to the appropriate base, click the command post, and then activate the effect anyways. So the key presses are camera hotkey, click the thing, press a button. Bob Overcharge now being at the top panel is press the button, left click the camera hotkey, press the button, left click what you want to target. It's still the same number of clicks. Yeah. Okay. It depends on where you bind your top panels. Bob Overcharge now increases Bob construction speed in addition to Bob and armor and damage. Question. I'm pretty sure you can't use Bob Overcharge. Unless you have the command add a command post, unless the command post is finished. So you won't be able to use this ability on an in-progress command post to speed it up. What you might be able to do, because I heard somewhere, yeah, the only keybind I need is Alt F4. That's fucking savage. How do you live your life just giving people the real like this? How is that possible, X? So, Bob Overcharge now increases Bob construction speed in addition to armor and damage. So, what this really is for is there's really 2 reasons that this is done. One is that you overcharge the Bobs because they're going to go do a command post first. And so you overcharge your Bobs, and you know that it's going to take 10 seconds usually to get from your main to your natural. So you're going to get 20 seconds of increased production speed, and we need to know what the rate of the increased production speed is. Given that damage is doubled and construction and armor is increased by 100, it seems very likely that we're actually going to get like 1.5 to 1.75 times the speed. A double construction speed would be ludicrous, but it could happen. The real reason that this is being done, by the way, is so that you can then you can double the speed at which you construct a sentry post. That's really what's going on here, because I saw it a couple of times in the Super Cup and in show matches that there would be an overcharge, and then the opponent would just leave and come back after the overcharge is back on its like 1 minute or 120 second, whatever it is, cooldown. And you got the sense that what was really needed during that time was for a defensive structure to be up, or for the barracks to be finished, or for something else like that to go on. So I actually think this doesn't. I don't think this has the impact. Well, it might, because the area of effect, the area that you have Bob Overcharge in is so generous that people can now actually probably send things to go. Don't put that overcharge right away. Send the Bobs that are going to multi-build a command center or a command post. Send the Bobs that are going to multi-build the post. When they're about to hit the limit of their range, just overcharge, and now they are only like 4 seconds away from the post that they have to make. Sorry about that. They're only like 4 seconds away from the post that they make, and now they have 26 seconds of increased production speed, which is probably something between 1.5 and 2 times the construction speed limit. Yep. This is also going to restrict or reduce the amount of time that you have to spend Bob multi-building or BMBing. Right? Because, oh, well, you could Bob multi-build, or you could just have this one Bob do its job really well. Deploy sensor drone now fires the sensor drone from the nearest command post or central command. Sure. Are there any opportunity? I don't think I would want that, actually. That sounds bad. I don't like that. And here's a reason why. I don't think I've heard anyone say this before. Imagine that you're Vanguard, and for some reason you've been listening to me, and for some reason you think that I'm right, and you decide that you want to get the double Luminite base. Now, if you don't know Jagged Maw, right? Jagged Maw has there's like I'll just do it. There's a main, and then there's the opponent's main, and then in between here there's a double base that you could take. If you go get the double base and deploy sensor drone fires a sensor drone from the nearest command post or central command, you might just actually show your opponent that you've taken the double base as opposed to the third, right? Or you can imagine any number of scenarios where basically you might give your opponent information that they don't otherwise have because you're using a thing that is specifically supposed to give you information, right? So the information backflows on you. And that actually is going to have an impact on what bases people take as well. Because remember the double Therium base over in Broken Crown Hinterlands? I don't want to fucking... Like, imagine I think my opponent has the tree line third. And I'm going to scout that. And I'm trying to sneak the double Therium base in the bottom right or upper left-hand corner. So when I cast this sensor drone, it's just going to show that drone coming from my hidden base over to their third base, just because that's actually the fastest, like that's the optimizer. The optimizer just says, oh, it's a little bit closer, so get fucked, noob. Like, that sounds really bad. Listen, it won't always be bad, but the fact that there will be occasions in which you're like, wait a second. So now I know I was watching my third, and now I see this coming in from a wrong angle. So I just know that he's got that base now. Sound. Wonderful, great, beautiful. New ability shields up, places a shield on a friendly target that absorbs 1,000 damage over 10 seconds. Usually you put this on a key defensive structure, or a key you would put something like this on a key defensive unit. You would also put it on a very big tanky frontline unit. So here's what I would put this on, right? And here's what I think the metagame will eventually, maybe not at the time of Steam Next Fest concluding, but eventually we will get to this point if we weren't already there in previous betas and then had to get it changed. I'm pretty sure there are only a couple of good targets for this, right? Obviously in PvE you put it on your hero or a friendly hero, sure, right? But in PvP, you put this on an evac. You put this on a Vulcan. Is there anything else? An evac, so that everything inside of it is healthy, right? It just has 1,000 damage that it ignores for 10 seconds. So for the cost of orbital energy, you just don't lose your evac ever. That sounds really good. Let's see. A Vulcan, because it's a big, dumb, heavy unit that your opponent wants to kill, charge, CC, and destroy anyways. maybe, because of its stun effect, maybe a Sentinel. I think those are the only choices, though. Those are the only choices that make sense to me. I would not want... I know that sometimes in... again, I watch Artos' stream, so I know sometimes we see in TVT or TVP with science vessels, or TVP specifically, you'll put the defensive matrix on some siege tanks as they're attacking a point, or maybe on a battle cruiser as it's attacking a point in TVT, right? You don't care that it's not a permanent solution. You just need it as a bulk, as a breacher. You just need to breach the enemy location. Don't make the joke, X. Don't make the joke. Yeah, you just need to breach the enemy location, get something done initially. But I think that's it. Really, I think that's it. Evac to make sure your drop is safe. Vulcan, so that you can actually have a tank, like a very tanky frontline unit. A Sentinel, so that you care about your spellcaster. Like your flying, targetable spellcaster. Yep. There we go. I wasn't ready. I don't think anyone could have been, though. Alright. On to the next one. On to the next one, indeed. Oh, 1 second. Anyone got anything to add? Any questions? Anything you think I've missed? I'm down for anything you guys have. Before we get into the Lancer, the Scout's actually the big one. Or a big one. Ugh, we're at 2 hours. I should probably get something to drink again. I'm almost out of this, too. Okay. Lancer. Build time is decreased from 26 seconds to 23 seconds. So, when you're looking at the decrease, grab a drink and a snack. All right, I'm going to take that. That's good advice. I'll be right back. All right. We have some chicken. That's how it goes. All right, so Lancer, build time decreased from 26 seconds to 23 seconds. I'm going to give you the real. Anytime you see a small change like this, it's either the game is going to go on long enough for it to matter. It's the first way to approach it, and the first unit is what matters. So, let's figure this out, shall we? Build time decreased from 26 seconds to 23 seconds means that it's going to build 3 seconds faster. Given that it's going to build 3 seconds faster, then you're going to recoup you're going to have generated one extra one after 8 of these, right? 8 of the new ones is 8, 160 plus 24, 160 plus 24 is 184, and 7 of the previous one is 7, 140 plus 42 is 182. Just demonstrating mathematically that once you get to the 8th one, that's the one that matters. So, do we see games where the 8th Lancer matters? Not really. Right? Not really. So we have to ask is the question about the first one. So, it's worth mentioning, right, that, so 23 seconds, if you do one of the things we're seeing in Vanguard versus Infernals is that, at least from the public-facing games, people weren't doing one-rax attacks, right? There was, I think, Mana versus Kiwian on Broken Crown Hinterlands, in which there were dogs attacking, but that's scouts. That's a different unit entirely. When we think about the Lancer, We just don't see people coming out with it. And then what's interesting too is that there is a command post first strategy in which you do command post barracks, and then if you're greedy, not a sentry post afterwards. Now, if you do get the sentry post, you have this neat timing where you get the Lancer out 2 seconds before the now 5 seconds before that sentry post finishes. So it might make it more likely that the sentry post can actually go up and you can stick the Lancer inside of it. A second possibility is that if you don't make the sentry post and you just make the Lancer, right? Think about this. Bob overcharge lasts 30 seconds. So this now means that without Bob multi-charge, you can go ahead and do a command post first into barracks, and then you will be able to overcharge, and you don't have to be within 4 seconds of error for the first Lancer to come out, right? And that means that also, because of the small range benefit that you have as a Lancer over a Brute, you might be able to get some magic done and to happen. Okay, so the only way I really think about this too is that they're kind of hoping, because the travel distance on something like Broken Crown and Hinterlands is 30 seconds from your natural to the low ground of your opponent's natural, and then on Secluded Grove, I didn't count it out actually. It's like 20. It's something like 20 seconds. So what this means actually is that now the build time of this unit is more in line with the natural to natural rush distance on Secluded Grove, which makes it less likely if you open this that you can, or that if you go castle post first into barracks, that you'll get completely wrecked in the meantime. The other possibility is they just want to give I think LS calls them a placebo buff, right? This tells me also they think that. This also tells me that they think that the Lancer is in a pretty good and interesting state, right? But they want to give it some attention and some love and make you pay attention to it. Also note what other thing you can make in here. You could make the Lancer or you could make the Scout, right? Both of them lost about 18% of their movements, of their time to build. And the reason I got that is, or no, it's a little bit less than that. So they lost 2.6 since this to 23.4. Yeah, it's like 13%, 12 or 13%, right? And then this one went from 15 to 10% is 1.5, and then another 2% is 0.3. Yeah, that's about right. It's about 12 or 13% reduction. Now, the way this works previously is that in the time that you could get 4 of these, you wouldn't have 3 of these. But now in the time that you get 4 of these, you definitely don't even have close to 3 of these. So actually, Scouts are overrepresented here in terms of build time. But they have their own slew of problems. Basically, all of the Scouts changes are kind of going to eat the breakfast dinner of the Lancer, and we'll talk about that now. So the build time is decreased from 15 seconds to 13 seconds, which is a shame because I could go off of that 4 things a minute over and over and over in my games, but now I can't do that anymore. Movement speed increased from 6 to 7 is fucking disgraceful. It's embarrassing. It's a shit show. I don't like it. It's a stupid decision. Now you might say, but didn't you see how Scouts perform? No. This change has nothing to do with the Scout. This movement speed increase is basically saying, if you have ears to hear it, it's saying, remember how Fiends are faster than Scouts? Yeah, we could have nerfed the speed of Fiends, but we chose not to. Instead, Scouts are faster. Does that not fly in the face of your design principles? Does not increasing the speed of units in the game make it less likely that opponents will be able to have the protracted battles that you have claimed you are going for? I would rather that they had done nothing to the movement speed of this unit and they had nerfed the Fiend movement speed. This instead is going the other way, speed creeping. Right? Damage changed from 6+6 to light to 8. Do you know what this is from? For those of you who didn't watch it, Tasteless TV brought somebody on, and they showed top Vanguard builds, and one of the Vanguard builds that was shown was basically 3 racks, racks Biokinex lab into 3 racks. No, 2 racks? 2 racks Biokinex lab into a third racks, and then into a mech bay and go from there, right? Try and expand as necessary. And the reason that this is kind of wonky and bad for the game is that once you have scouts, scouts are just kind of fucking good, it turns out. Also, so this is a series of nerfs to the scout versus scout interaction. This is also a small buff to scouts versus to the scout versus. This is a small buff of scout versus the brute. You also need to realize that worker units are, unless we have been otherwise told, are light units, and so you just took the scout and made it from 12 damage as a starting harassment unit against your opponent's workers to 8. So it is now 75% as effective as it used to be at harassing your worker line at the start of the game, which means that it is now actually wrong to harass your opponent's workers. You should be diving in just to get information and then to get back out, if you even need to do that, because sometimes, you can see if it's a mirror, you can see what your opponent's scout is doing, and you might actually be giving them an opportunity to siege more, like steal more of your camps. Again, people don't think of it like a jungle pathing in the game, but anyways. Alright, so on to the next one. Damage change from 6+6 versus light to 8 is just better against brutes. Pretty sure it's better against lancers, right? Worse against itself is the most important thing here, and the fact that they can now be slowed is a pretty good thing. Beryllium Claw's upgrade now has the following effect. Improves the scout's bonus against light units by 16 damage, and no longer requires another upgrade. So, Beryllium Claw's upgrade did have the effect of improving the scout's damage against light units by 20 damage. So I want to note that we went from 6 plus 6 versus light plus 20 or plus 14 to total into 20, into now having scout bonus against light unit by plus 16 against 8 is 24. So we're actually taking 2 points of damage off minimum, and possibly taking 2 points. We're taking anywhere from 2 to 8 points of damage off. No longer requires another upgrade. 25-25 research duration 30 seconds, right? So this is trying to give back the ability. So this is trying to give back the ability to do this damage. What's important here is the relationship that you're talking about in terms of damage. So if the scout gets plus 16 damage against light units and it starts at a default of 8, then 8 plus 16 is 24. What you really care about is there anything you're hitting for 24 that is really an improvement? I actually think this is deliberately done so that you can force-shot a fiend or force-shot an imp, the workers for the Infernal Host, right? So think about it, the imps are 60/30 units, and this will be 4 attacks, does 96 damage. I would be very surprised if the imps live through the amount of healing required, If they do, they're on 1 hit point or something like that. So that's actually the balance line that you're treading here. You're trying to make sure that they either can or deliberately cannot be force-shot by Beryllium Claw's scouts. New upgrade Gear Grind grants scouts an on-hit that reduces target biological unit movement speed by 25%, right? And scouts that can themselves be slowed, and they are a mechanical biological unit. So, just something to consider. Also, it has no other effect than to reduce target biological unit movement speed by 25%. So, and let's see, requires the Beryllium Claws upgrade in the Central Command. So the Central Command is an upgraded central post, or a command post from what we can determine. And this means that the Beryllium Claws upgrade, how to say, I don't think we'll see that much of it as early as we were seeing it. It's hard to say. Because the one that I would care the most about is this enough to actually stop Scout Hedgehog from existing? And I think that's a lot of these changes are meant to do. A lot of these changes, so it gets the enormous buff of being faster, And its Beryllium Claws upgrade can be updated earlier, and it has plus base damage, but lower versus light damage or lower versus light damage to start. Basically, this is trying to nerf it. I'm pretty sure that I'm not pretty sure. I would guess that the Lancer is not a light unit, and that all of this is just work to make sure that, we might only have light and heavy. If we have light, medium, and heavy, the Lancer is probably a medium unit. But if we have light and heavy, that's it, then the Lancer is a light unit. And then this is still nerfed against it until it gets its upgrade, at which point it's doing, like I said, an extra 2 to 8 damage relative to what it was doing before. And you were getting the Biokinetics Lab upgrade anyways for the claws. Let's see. It's better at creeping. Okay, Exo. Cost increased from 100 to 25 to 125/25. Weapon range increased from 6 to 7. Damage changed from 16 plus 3 to heavy to 19. So this is just a straight series of buffs. And the problem with this being a straight series of buffs is that I actually don't think this solves the Exo's problem at all. Now, it's not a buff. It costs 25 more Luminite. Yeah, you have to take 7 more trips of Luminite to afford this thing. Would you pay 25 bonus Luminite for any one unit that you were making to have 1 increased range and 3 upgraded raw damage? I would. Now, what's funny and is the problem is that this unit, the Exo, is very much in the same spot that the Archer is in Little Wargame, right? And so let me get into that. Let me explain that. So the Archer in Little Wargame is a unit that looks very attractive and a lot of people are going to end up making. And then it is just not what you actually want to be casting, right? It's not what you want to be building. And the reason is that you would love to have some archers, but you don't want to go through the process of making archers. And also, archers are okay against a lot of things, but then you sit back and you ask, what are they good against? What can I use them for? And we have the same thing in Little Wargame where there's actually a range upgrade that you can give the archers, and we still ask the question, but what are you good against? What are you good for? And the problem with the Exo here is that it's not doing bonus damage versus heavy anymore. It's just straight, flat, regular damage. If we have light and medium, then this means effectively it's gone from doing, it's gotten 3+ damage against those light and medium units. But the real problem I'm having here is that every time that I see an Exo, right? Every time that I see an Exo in either matchup, I just wonder how much better it would have been for you not to have it. So let's go over it. If you're getting them in versus Infernals, the Infernals are going to have Magmadons, and Magmadons are going to step on the Exo, and then the Exo is going to die because it actually only has very few hit points, and it only gets away once it's attacking things. Now, you might say the range makes it so that they have effectively more hit points and they can deal more damage, but my counter to that would be simply the increased weapon range doesn't make them better at the open field, right? It makes them better at sitting behind walls. It makes them better at sitting on high ground and sitting on walls and plinking away at you and defending the home front or defending the expansion or things of that nature, right? And then if you say, they are better on the open field. They have better range. They have better damage. Well, the problem is that they were never going to... That was never the problem that the Exo had, right? The problem wasn't that the Exo was doing insufficient damage. The problem is that in the Infernals matchup, you just have something fly on top of them, and then they absolutely die because they're squishier than wet paper in a tsunami, right? And then they can't use their passive upgrade to hurry up and get themselves out of the problem. Now, it does make them a lot better at holding a base, sitting in a line, basically being glorified static defense that eventually you move out with, but that doesn't solve the in-combat problem for them. Now, what about the other side? What about Vanguard Mirror? So Exos look better in the Vanguard Mirror, but I actually think the longer that the Vanguard Mirror gets played out, the more we're going to realize exactly what happened in Little Wargame, which is this Archer-like unit, you never feel bad making it, and you feel like you have to make him if your opponent is making them, but there will be a metagame understanding that shifts us away from that. And again, I want to stress, in Little Wargame, we just decided, Archers are actually okay against a lot of units. They're very, very bad against AoE. Specifically catapults. What's the unit that we have for Vanguard that looks like a catapult? Oh, the Atlas, which just got buffed, by the way. So Exos also, their way of getting speed is really going to hurt them because Exos get faster every time they attack. What are they going to attack? Typically, the Exos are attacking the front line. Now, if you attack the front line in Vanguard v Vanguard, you're attacking your opponent's Lancers. And that means that your opponent's Lancers, every time a Lancer gets hit, it gets plus 5% movement speed and attack speed for 5 seconds. And then that stacks up to 10 times, not for duration, but for effect. And plus 50% movement speed, plus 50% attack speed is going to shred the Exos, right? In fact, targeting something weak with your Exos just makes it more likely that it's actually going to get away if it's a Lancer. Which is like, come on, that fucking sucks. That sucks. Now you might say, well actually it's not that bad because Exos now just do straight up more damage against Flyers. And Hedgehogs got nerfed so they can't themselves do the same damage against Flyers. To which I would laugh. Hedgehogs can deploy without getting the upgrade for Hunker Down, and they can be better anti-air units, right? They might even have a different tag or armor or type than they're mechanical. They probably have more. They have more hit points. They probably have more range, to be honest. So Exo is just this thing that costs 25 Therium that your opponent kind of laughs and celebrates that you've made. Right? And you will lose games to Exos, right? I'm pretty sure they'll settle into the same role that we have in Little War Game for Archers, which is there are some dedicated rushes where you can use fine unit control in a small number of them to deal a lot of damage. And there are specific timings at which you have an insert this number of them on a specific map. You can catch your opponent not unawares, but you can press the issue and go for some kind of timing against them. But you don't want to make a lot of them, right? And once the early game gets knocked out, the only real thing that they're useful for is anti-air, and then you just make better anti-air. And in fact, the joke is, this is turning more and more and more into Raxmech, because I'm not going to make the Exo, when I can make the airship, the evac, especially since the evac has the Skymine ability. So I think the Exo, they're trying to give it a little love, and they're trying not to make it overpowered. And the problem is that I don't think that it's a balance issue. I think that it's a design issue. I think the fact that this unit is meant to be a somewhat fragile ranged unit that can have some micro potential to it is actually not going to cover the fact that its stats are just too abysmal. And if it ever has stats that are good enough that we can say it's not abysmal, it just will be the unit you mass ad infinitum and esta for the entire game. So I'm just not a fan. I'm just generally not a fan. I think it's actually, I think it's underpowered. And what I mean by that is the design of the game means that it's not going to be that powerful. Medtech, both versions of Nanoswarm no longer stack with other instances of Nanoswarm. Sure, I mean, I guess that was causing some games to be a nightmare, but also the Medtech is still hilariously broken. It is a very, 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 very powerful unit. I told you before, you've heard it again. This thing is just the double buffed pre-nerf version of the Priest from Little War Game, in a game where I think people don't respect the difference between time to kill and the implications that has on healing. So, now the Hedgehog is nerfed. I'm going to read through all of this stack, but let's just start by saying the Hedgehog is nerfed. The Hedgehog was actually just brought out back in Old Yellard, right? It was where the red ferns grows. It was like Newbery Award dogged, right? This poor thing, the Hedgehog. I love hedgehogs. I think they're really cute. But they're a rarity in my yard, and they'll be a rarity in your games as well. Because look at this. Cost increased by 25 Luminite. Okay, I mean, it's a minor nerf. It's fine. Build time increased by 5 seconds. Ooh, maybe it's not that bad. Movement speed decreased from 8 to 6.75. So they're slower than fiends. Nice. That doesn't say good things for that matchup, by the way. Mobilized weapon period increased from 0.2 to 0.3. I still don't know what the mobilized weapon period actually means. Right, I've looked around and I've heard some people estimate it or guess, but I haven't seen an explanation as to what that means. Now, that means it'll probably be generated tomorrow or something like that, but oh, mobilized weapon period. So I guarantee. So this is probably attack cooldown. If I had to guess, this is attack cooldown. So in Little War Game, we call it attack cooldown. Mobilized weapon period. So if we think that it is attack cooldown, then it is 50% slower to attack. Its damage was decreased from 10 versus plus 7 versus heavy to 10 plus 5 versus heavy. Why? Now, here's the thing. I understand this, right? When you watch the very strong players that we were seeing in the Super Cup and in the show matches, it does look like a joke that the thing is getting nerfed, right? Because it seems to just be instantly repelled by Infernal players. But something you should realize is that there's another matchup, Vanguard v Vanguard. And the other thing, too, is that, yes, it was getting repelled at that level of gameplay. But I've also, like I said, I mentioned this before, I watched Thermal's stream, and don't give him any hate for this, right? Like, he said he had just gotten back into it. Things can happen. So, here's the thing, though. His opponent had at one point like 12 hedgehogs. And I was just looking at that and I was like, okay, the game should have never gotten to this point. But now that it is at this point, what is his opponent supposed to do? Like, what is his Infernal opponent supposed to do? He has to make Magmadons to slide tackle the things. Then he doesn't have Fiends to actually kill all of the things. And these can just turn around and two-shot his Magmadon, especially since they store charges. So the longer he waits to have a great engagement, the more that the burst potential favors the Hedgehog player. Moving turn period increased from 0.18 to 0.4. Make no mistake, that is a massive nerf, right? So moving turn period is just, I think, the ability of it to move around like so, from 0.18 to 0.4, so it doesn't spin on a dime anymore. So it's times 2, point times 2.2, something like that. Okay. Ammo now recharges 1 missile at a time instead of 4 at a time. We're going to take that in conjunction with this change right here. So they were recharging. It seems like they had 4 separate timers that went off whenever the missile was relaunched, and it would try and heal all 4 of them back up according to that periodicity. Now it only does it 1 at a time, and the duration is decreased from 4 to 1.2. So what this means is, rather than after 4 decreased. So rather than getting all 4 of your missiles back in 4 seconds, so a 1-to-1, you're getting all 4 of your missiles back in 4.8 seconds, or 1 in 1.2 seconds. So this is a 20% nerf on each one of them. So I want you to note that you are getting a 20% nerf on top of you're getting a 20% nerf on top of something like a 12% damage nerf, right? So 20% fire rate nerf on top of a 12% damage nerf. Okay, now, deployed ammo recharge duration decreased from 2 to 0.9. Okay. So basically what they're trying to do here is they say, we still want this to be a very effective anti-air unit. We're going to nerf it, but not that much in that way. They also say that they no longer attack Aaron in mobilized form, but can now deploy without an upgrade. So Hedgehogs are now rendered into a light scouting unit that you can do some poking with, but you probably shouldn't invest that much into unless you're doing anti-air. Right, but the problem is they just nerfed its cost as well. So this thing is more expensive, but this is also why it builds faster. So basically, if you're getting attacked by air units, they want you to eat the cost of paying for this to generate a thing that's better at anti-air. But if you make the mistake of trying to run around and harass your opponent with it, then this will laugh in your face. Right? It's not good. It's not good. I don't like it. Mobilized weapon range decreased from 6 to 5. It was already not able to hit Shroud Stones. And we saw strong players just use 2 Shroud Stones and a meat farm to knock this aside. You didn't even really need the meat farm. You just had it to make sure that the Fellhog was there and could bother people a little bit, right? So this is 6 to 5. You're losing 16% of its weapon range, but what you're really losing is the fact that it now has to get more inside of the range of a Shroud Stone to do less damage against its primary target, and with a 20% nerf to its fire speed. Right? Now, if this sounds like the unit has just been rendered into unimaginable shit, then I got some news for you. It has. Okay, so deployed weapon range decreased from 13.8 to 8. This is just like asking you kindly to get wrecked. Sit down, rearrange deck chairs on the Titanic. Like, this is terrible. 5 of 13 is what? 7.7? No, 7. Yeah, it's like 7.7, right? So you're losing 38.5% of your range. And then that doesn't even matter, because it's actually, now that you've gone from 13 to 8, you're going from these covering a sizable area and deflecting air units to, you can cover like 61.5% of the area you did before. New upgrade transonic rockets increases the range of the deployed Hedgehog anti-air weapon by 5. Yes. And the mobilized Hedgehog's anti-ground weapon by 2. Okay, so I think that they've nerfed this thing into unviability, like the lack of viability. It's undertuned, right? And what I mean by that is the balance of the game shows that this is very suboptimal now, but the design of the unit hasn't actually been infringed upon in any way. And they did a thing that normally I'm a big fan of, and I actually think that their heart's in the right place. Where they took something away, right? They took away 5 range and 1 range, and then they give it back to you by 5 range and 1 range. But they actually make it more powerful than it was previously in the ground after you get the transonic rockets upgrade, but you have to be more committed to the bit, basically. Also, this is weird because the Hedgehog specifically doesn't do well against light units and a mass of units. So I don't really think you would even be getting the transonic rockets for the anti-ground weapon. The only difference is if you can get this at a timing with like a fast expand double mech bay that allows you, like, maybe the anti-ground speed, maybe even after all of these nerfs, if the anti-ground weapon increasing your range by 2, sending it to a range of 7, means that you outrange the Shroud Stone. Then it's actually worth it. But we have some reason to suspect that that would at worst make it equal to the Shroud Stone. So, not a big fan. Okay, so the Vulcan has a build time decrease from 50 seconds to 45 seconds. I like this. Vulcan Medtech is just insanely strong. And the Medtech wasn't nerfed and the Vulcan wasn't nerfed. So this is basically saying, hey, you've got your end game and it's stronger than your opponent's end game. It's your fault if you can't figure out how to get there. Now for the unit that has been given so much, like, basically the Hedgehog had to die so that the Atlas could, like, pick up the world on his back and get everything he ever wanted. Like, X, are you seeing this? Like, are you perceiving the numbers that I am perceiving? Now tonight, are you perceiving the numbers that I'm seeing? Like, look at this mad lad shit. Here, give me a second. I gotta check something. We're gonna check a thing. Let's see. Oh, it's Tasteless is on. Sick. Well, when we're done here, we'll send you over his way. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Here's the thing about all of this. Cost increased from 250, 100 to 250, 125. I'm not going to lie, the 125, the extra 25 Therium hurts, but it is 100% worth it, as we're going to get into shortly. Build time decreased from 55 seconds to 47 seconds. This is a 7-second decrease of things, so that means that you will be able to make 8 of these in the time that you have previously made 7 of these. If you don't believe me, 320 plus 81 is 401. 7 of these is about 385, right? Deployed damage increased from 70 versus 70 plus 35 versus structure to 80 versus structure. Okay. So what they're saying here is actually Atlas drops were too good at wrecking buildings. Okay. Weapon period increased from 4.5 to 5. Sure. Deployed missile speed increased from 10 to 12. So for those of you who don't know, it works like the catapult from Little War Game. You fire a rock, or in this case, a blue ball, and whatever it hits takes damage. The difference being that in Little Wargame, if you're inside of the area of effect, you take full damage, so the radius is small. The Atlas's radius is quite generous, but in exchange, it does different amounts of damage based on the distance from the center of the radius, right? And we could figure that out by watching some of the content that was publicly disseminated, even the unit reviews that were disseminated. So, weapon period increased from 4.5 to 5. Again, this might mean that it just has a 10% nerf to how quickly it can fire, but in exchange, you get a 20% increase to its missile speed. We don't have any indication yet if the missile, like what the actual minimum range is of the Atlas, or if the, so in Little Wargame, if you're attacking a unit that is close to you, the rock only goes a little distance, then that's faster than if the rock has to go a large distance. So we can expect that that's happening here, and I will tell you that there is a certain point at which your missile speed is so fast that if you're attacking a close unit, not a distant one, but a close unit, then it's not viable to dodge it. So deployed full radius damage increased from 1.0 to 1.5. What you really need to know here is that there is a radius of probably 2.75 or 2.5, right? And so now let's just imagine that it's 3. It's not. Bear with me, right? It's probably actually, so if you see the way that goes from 1 to 1.5 and then from 1.75 to 2, right? And then staying at 2.5, it's probably a maximum 2.5 radius. So what all of this means for the Atlas, right, is as follows. It is now 20% faster at shooting things, which means it's far less likely to get dodged at short range than longer range. Its full damage radius is a 50% increase, and then the 50% after that increase is the half damage radius. So what this means is that when this thing fires, the closer you are, the faster it is now, it's less likely your opponent will be able to dodge it, and there is a significantly greater amount of the shot that will actually deal the full damage or the full brunt of the damage. What we really care about this for are evacs with catapult drops, not least because we have that new ability from the command post or from the top bar where we can give an evac 1,000 health bubble over 3 seconds. So these things are going to be very, very, very annoying in terms of drops. In terms of static defense, they're not going to do a better job of hitting for their full damage. Notice that the full damage is now even increased, and we don't know what the damage thresholds are yet quite, but I actually think this is the thing that just shows that the EXO is going to have a death knell in Vanguard v Vanguard, because the EXOs previously had 150 health from the public information we could see, and this was doing 70 damage in a reduced area with a reduced missile speed. Now it's doing, but it's, plus bonus versus structures. Now the Atlas's deployed state is doing 80 damage to structures and to units at the same time. And what this means is that anything that has 160 hit points or less, exos, bobs, shit imps, right? All gaunts, I'm pretty sure, have less than 150 hit points, but had more. I think they had like 100. So the real unit changes here are anything that would die in 3 hit would have died in 4 hits that now dies in 3, or anything that would have died in 3 hits that now dies in 2. These are the damage values you really care about. So I actually think the Atlas is going to this is going to drastically change the structure of Vanguard v Vanguard into those what people thought we would be having, into those tank wars, but I think you're going to find it won't actually be Atlas EXO. The fact that these things deal 80 damage with a fast missile speed in such a range, and get their full damage radius at such a generous location, like to a generous extent, means that I think Exos are actually going to be much worse here than Lancers, right? I think Lancers are actually going to be the thing that you see people use more often. So, wonderful. So the Atlas is massively buffed. It must have taken all the love from the Hedgehog and just given it to itself, and I can't really blame it. The Atlas is a far more interesting unit than the Hedgehog, just conceptually. Now, I do worry that this may be overpowered. And again, my terminology is that if the change of something's balance makes it effective, then that's overtuned. But the stated design goal, or one of them, of Frost Giant Studios for this game was so that people have to look at fights, people can micro fights, and fights last longer. As you increase the number of units that this thing starts 2-shotting or 3-shotting, that it previously 3 or 4-shot, I think you're actually getting away from the design point that you had. I also think that this is going to make dynamic battles much less possible as players get better at using the Q fire and getting the blue damage over time upgrade. We even saw, if we even saw in Little Wargame, people get to the point where they can use catapults and siege them on alternating Q fires to stop a location from being accessible without massive damage. We're definitely going to see that in Stormgate. Again, the only thing that really hurts about this is the increased cost in Therium, but I think it's still worth it. Hornet! By all accounts, a terrible unit. Let's see what was done to it. Cost increased to 125.75 to 150.75. Well, that's a nerf. It's not as bad as the nerf to the Therium that we saw up here, but like, what are you doing to justify it? Now, the build time is decreased from 38 seconds to 34 seconds. Its health was increased from 160 to 180. I guarantee you that it's hitting a threshold for a damage value that we just don't have access to yet. Anti-air weapon period decreased from 0.7 to 0.4, which is massive, by the way. Massive. This is like a 40%. So if the weapon period decrease means the time between attacks, then this thing is like got 40% faster attack speed. Weapon backswing decreased from 0.5 to 0.2. I don't know what that means. I'll just say it right out. Anti-air weapon damage changed from 15 to 18 plus 9 versus light, and weapon range increased from 5 to 6. Okay, so what's happening here is this has begun from being this is a air superiority fighter now. Its anti-air weapon range was increased. Now, this is a bunch of good stuff for anti-air, right? So it attacks about 40% faster. It's gotten a 20% increase in its range. It's doing like almost double the damage against light targets. I would suppose that it itself is a light target, right? All this stuff looks very good, very useful. Now, we're going to see where the cost came in is the anti-ground, and this kind of makes sense, right? Frost Giant, for whatever reasons, doesn't want units to be extremely powerful anti-ground as air units. Weapon backswing or weapon period decreased from 0.7 to 0.4, so it still has that 40% increased attack speed. Backswing, and its damage is actually also changed from 15 to 14 plus 7 versus light. Something you need to know here is that Imps and Bobs, I believe, are considered light units. We are also going to see later on that the habitat was actually changed to light. So this thing is now better at harassing habitats and at harassing workers, and pretty good at anti-air, but its range was also decreased. Yeah, that makes sense. You got to give it something so that people can't just perch over ledges. Stationary and moving turn speed decreased from 0.5 to 0.1, right? So it's now just turns on a dime. Turn radius decreased from 0.5 to 0.25, so it can't it's more responsive, but it doesn't actually, how to say. Turn radius increases, so it's more responsive, but it doesn't turn as quickly as it did previously. And the Charge Predator state now no longer increases the damage of this unit's first attack. I don't believe that we actually publicly knew what was going on with the Charge Predator state, so nothing to say here. And no longer has the launched Skymine ability, probably because it has been given more love as an anti-air fighter than it has actually as a harassment unit. It got some nerfs to make it a little bit worse at harassing and a couple of buffs so that if it does manage to get there, it can put in some damage. I also want to note that there was something said about the ability. There was something said about its ability to return quickly back to base. So, evac. New ability release, Sky Mine. Places the Sky Mine behind this unit that lasts for 120 seconds. Upon activation by an enemy air unit, it chases down the target and detonates, dealing 50 to the air unit in the area and slowing them down for 10 seconds. This is going to be the MedTech Atlas evac era, right? All you have to do is live long enough to have MedTech Atlas evacs. You don't even have to get the Vulcans, because the evac now has an ability that means that if it's even going to be contested in the air, it actually stops air units from dealing with it, and then it's going to pull the attention of ground forces. It has an upgrade that makes it even faster to get away from said ground forces, speed control for the air units that would otherwise try and wreck it, and then on top of all of that, you can just give it a 1000 health shield for 3 seconds. It's going to be very, very hard to pierce that. And there's going to be medtechs because you want to take away the buffs of the 1000 hit point shield. So actually, we're going to get to the point where you're going to have a medtech. If you're playing Vanguard v Vanguard, you're going to have a medtech in your base to cast the system shock to steal away the 1000 hit point bubble so that you don't lose everything to drops, right? Also, with the existence of the Sky Mine, this kind of implies that the best way to deal with this will be with Hedgehogs, which we just saw kind of got nerfed to the ground. It wouldn't surprise me if it becomes a lot like Little Wargame and that you just start picking up Hedgehogs and have an evac whose whole purpose is to drop off Hedgehogs that can then hit in their deployed state and screw around and kill the enemy evac. Right? And then it's evac v evac battles as you're trying to dodge things and then make people hit with stuff. It's gonna be a lot like the way you have ballista ships. We tell people this in Little Wargame. Oh, it's air units. What'd you do? I lost. Yeah, but what did you do? I made archers and snakes. No, don't do that. There's one unit you're supposed to make. Well, then they just don't ever run into my units. Yeah, that's why you have to have an airship to chase them down. We're gonna have the same thing. All of this is actually just a massive buff for medtechs as well. Sentinel. Build time decreased from 50 seconds to 40 seconds. New pulse inhibitor ability, which replaces the old version. On effect, launches a missile at a target area, and on impact, enemy units have their movement speed reduced by 25%, damage reduced by 40%, and vision reduced by 90% for up to 10 seconds, with energy cost of 25 and a cooldown of 15 seconds. Right, so this thing just gets 20% faster. It just is built 20% faster, and then it has a pulse inhibitor upgrade, which is now massively better than nearly everything else that you could have ever wanted, right? Launch a missile on impact. So we don't even know if the missile affects air units. It's worth asking if it does. If it affects air units, it's even better. But slowing the movement speed, damage, and vision of a unit as an ability on an aerial caster is kind of insane. Like, actually, like, kind of nuts beyond all belief. Like, slow movement speed by 25% means that if you hit an air unit and air units are affected by this, you can actually wreck the air units because your ground forces are faster. If your opponent is trying to retreat, you hit them with this and they can't retreat. If your opponent tries to commit to the fight, you hit them with this and then they can't actually commit to the fight because minus 40% damage reduction. And then if they have a scout unit, or if you just feel like being cute that day, you can hit them with this to lower the vision by 90%. Okay? Now, we don't know how much the energy cost actually refers to, like how much it actually means in the context of this unit. Like, does this unit have 100 energy? It seems like there is an effort to standardize the energy levels that units have across the entire gameplay experience, so it seems likely. So this is possibly 4 casts on a 15-second cooldown in a game where the fights last long enough for this 15-second cooldown to not mean once per fight, right? Now, this is a Notice Me Senpai buff, right? Haste Bot Dispersal Aura movement speed buff increased from 20 to 25%. So movement speed's the most goated thing you can give anyone in these kinds of games. And this is them saying, look, we're really sure that the Haste Bot Dispersal Aura is good. Please use the Haste Bot Dispersal Aura. We think it's really strong. You should think it's strong too. Please use this, actually. Nano Defense Bubble Cool Tip now correctly states its duration is 20 instead of 10. That's the bubble that reduces all damage that you take by 50%. So I just want to note that mass Sentinel battles are going to get really ugly, right? And I know you might think, oh, come on, that's a bit much, actually. Like, that's only Vanguard v Vanguard, and we won't even get to that point. Mark my words. it will get ugly. So let's just look at what this one unit provides, shall we? This one unit provides the following. For 20 seconds, a 50% nerf to incoming damage from your opponent. It can also launch an ability that presumably stacks. There's no indication it doesn't stack. That reduces the damage. That the affected units can deal by 40% for 10 seconds. So if your opponent has enough sentinels to hit 2 pulse inhibitors over the bulk of your army and a nano defense bubble, you just kind of don't get to fight them for about 10, definitely for 10 seconds, and realistically for about 20 seconds. Right? Cool. Also, the fact that it has reduced movement speed is just like Sentinel is a really so Sentinel medbot or medtech looks kind of sick regardless of what you put in, right? This thing looks really, really good, right? Like it's really, 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 really good. Because, oh my god, yeah. Vanguard v Vanguard is actually going to be extremely, if it goes the way that I think, where I said like evacs, Sentinels, evacs, Atlases, Sentinels, and Medtechs, right? That's going to be a fairly interesting like matchup. That's going to be really cool. Oh my god, we haven't even gotten to the Infernals. Okay, but we're getting to the end of some of the easy stuff, shall I say. Habitat build time increased from 15 seconds to 20 seconds. This is disrespectful as shit, by the way, considering that habitats... The worst thing you could say about habitats is that people had finally learned that they could wall with them. And now how are they being treated? You're nerfing them by... You're nerfing their ability to build things to... How to say... You're nerfing by increasing, basically. So... You're now giving them plus 60, like plus 33% build time, 2/3 of their health. Oh, and you've given them the light tag. And you might be like, well, the light tag's not that bad. It means that Hornets can damage it more easily. And anything else that does bonus against light damage is going to have a fun time with it. By the way, they also have the fact that habitats are still structures. So all the things that do bonus to structures are looking pretty happy. But I can upgrade it to something that's strong. That doesn't fix this. That doesn't fix this at all. The Hangar Bay. Cost decreased from 150, 100 to 150, 75. We don't care that much on the... So, how to say... Evac was unaffected. Hornets cost more... Luminite, but not Therium. And the return to hangar speed bonus increased from 25% to 100%. So they're trying to make Hornets this kind of in and out, find out what your opponent is doing, harass them a little bit unit, that it looks suspiciously like their damage values are aligned to do enough to four-shot a Fiend. Now here's the thing, they probably don't four-shot a Fiend by pew, pew, pew. Ready for the last one? Pew! Probably not. The Veil recovery is a bit too strong. But 2 of these Hornets can... Do-do. Do-do. Okay, on to the next imp. Do-do. Do-do. Bob's a little less so, right? Because Bobs have more native health. Right? It just seems to be that way. Hangar speed increased from 25% to 100%. This is a compensatory buff. And what I mean by that is when they took away the evac ability, when they gave the ability of the Skymine to the evac, which is very interesting and might actually just pose a lot of problems design-wise for them down the road. This is we were giving you that so that you could actually leave. So we have to give you bonus movement speed now. But I don't like this again because this is speed creep, right? Slowing movement, like slowing units and buffing units or speeding units up are not the same thing and should not be treated equally. Buzzsaw Cannon has its range increased from 6 to 7. Its bounce range increased from 4 to 5. And a desperate desire for it to actually be as relevant as the Flat Cannon. The poor thing. See, the thing is that you put in, you used to put an exo inside of the flat cannon, and then it would just start shelling things deliberately. There's a reason its range was deliberately decreased here. I wonder if this was done to make sure that that perch attack doesn't happen on Broken Crown hinterlands. We'll get to you, Sentry Array. The fact that the damage was decreased, like, I would joke, yes, one bunker rush was enough for Vanguard to get the nerf, but really, it is very, very powerful. And they're trying to make the Buzzsaw Cannon better. The problem is that the range increase, like, going from 6 to 7 here and from 10 to 12 here, you still want the flat cannon. The damage type wasn't changed. The damage itself was just reduced. The patch notes don't say what the Buzzsaw Cannon actually has in terms of damage currently, but that's fine, right? Sentry Array, new ability Vision Surge, increases this unit's vision range by 15 and allows it to see up cliffs. Now, people might be missing what this actually means, so I'll just be that asshole and spell it out. Ready? Previously, you would use the Z ability on the scout to be able to see up cliffs, and then you would put it inside of a sentry post and it would become a sentry array. The fact that this sentry array has a new ability called Vision Surge that increases the unit's vision range by plus 15 and allows it to see up cliffs is a strong indicator to me that they took it away from being the default ability of the sentry array and they're giving it back over this way. And the reason they're doing this is they don't want to see the cliff abuse nonsense that we saw in Broken Crown and Hinterlands that was pretty good for Vanguard. Right. I also imagine that it just restricts map design too much, like that you can't have a high ground in a natural that is seeing into the main natural to natural distance point on any map because of the ways that the sentry array just looks up all of the time. And we talked about the flat cannon, but even though the range was decreased from 10 to 12 to 10, it's still more than the buzzsaw cannon was increased to. And while the damage was decreased from 24 to 49, we don't have a comparison to say that the buzzsaw cannon is better, but I would suspect that the buzzsaw cannon is not allowed to be better because the unit that generates the buzzsaw cannon at the sentry post is the Lancer, who doesn't require Therium. Okay. Med Station. In combat heal rate increased from 2 per second to 4 per second. Out of combat heal rate increased from 4 per second to 8 per second. Do I think this matters? Well, the thing that you were seeing people use it most for previously, people were using it most previously for hedgehogs publicly. This probably makes it more likely that you could use it for scouts, because this now makes scout healing twice as good as it used to be, and that means that they can probably, this is probably going to be used. Remember how health camps and speed camps were made more difficult specifically for fiends to kill? Well, now that you can take a bob, build a sentry post, and then stick this inside of there, we're probably going to see things like med stations with scouts to go take those objectives that fiends are not otherwise allowed to take, right? That's possible. But the other problem too is that the med station, like, maybe you want the med station next to your Atlases or a Vulcan. I've actually said before, I think that Vulcans slow down your army a lot, and we're going to get to the point where people realize you want Vulcans in your base defending against bullshit, and then you pull the boys when you actually need to go deal damage. And med stations would be good at that, and they would also stop the Vulcans from just eating mad shit in terms of medtech energy, which is a limited and excellent resource. So, but overall for the med station sounds like it is trying to do its best impersonation of shield, but like mass med station into one unit, just being an invincible god, right? Like, if there is an Atlas rush that you is like, hey man, what's the game plan? Oh, it's very simple. Triple med station into the Atlas. You'd be like, that sounds scuffed. But I could see it happening, right? I could see something like that happening. Infernal's tech tree reworked. Well, I'm glad they said it was reworked, because this depth of information we're getting from this line is really doing work to help me understand what's going on. White health no longer degenerates off of Shroud. I think you will find it's called Veil, good sir. So Veil no longer decreasing off of Shroud is a massive buff. Even ignoring this, Infernal units now generally have 25% of white health, down from 50%. So something that you should know is that when a brute splits into a fiend, right, and when any Infernal unit spawns, it spawns at 50% of its Veil, right? So for our purposes, that's 12.5% bonus health. Now, the difference here is that if you had 100 health and if you had 1,000 health and you get 500 veil, and now you had 1,500, and now I bring you down to 1,250, you might complain because you're losing 250, which is about 16% of your overall tankiness. But when I tell you that you are now not losing white health when you are off of Shroud and it doesn't degenerate, then you realize that actually you're spawning with a unit whose stats are now worth mentioning as a spawn. So we talked about this previously before, but Infernal Brutes would spawn as a 190/95 unit. 190 health, 95 veil. But they wouldn't have 95 veil, they would have like 47 or something like that, and they would lose it as they went across the map. Now, the thing is, right now, they've gone from about 190 health and 95 veil to 190 health and 47-ish veil, but they spawn with half of that, which is about 22. Okay, so before we said, oh, when a brute hits you, it's a 190 hit point unit because it has no veil. It's been off of Shroud for a while. That's all it is. Now, when you do an Iron Vault expand, the brute that's coming to hit you, it has 190 hit points and half of the 25% of its veil, which is 22, and whatever it regenerated as it was going across the way. So this is now you're basically giving plus 10 or 12% to all of the units that are being generated when they are attacking. Okay, so the change here of 25% of veil, but it no longer degenerates, is a buff, right? You also need to know that it's a buff because when a brute breaks off into fiends or a fiend spawns, courtesy of the Gaunt Infest ability, they spawn with half of their veil, right? So previously, I believe fiends were 60-30. Or something like that, or 90-45, I'd have to check. And now they're getting half of whatever that veil count was previously. So this is a massive buff, right? We can't say what the tech tree rework looks like, but we'll see it in game in a few days, right? I'm sure people will drop some information here and there that's publicly disseminable. So let's go on to the next one. Rituals. Rituals can now be found on the top panel bar. Blood Moon Ritual removed from the game. Good. Bring Darkness is now called Nightfall Infestation. And it was renamed. Its cooldown is increased from 10 seconds to 120 seconds. Effect radius decreased from 10 to 6. Has a 3-second casting delay. Now requires a greater shrine. Good riddance. Good riddance. This was clearly the most overpowered and not overpowered. This was clearly the most overtuned of the abilities. This was the ability that actually you could say it's overtuned in its stats, but you could also say it's overpowered in the sense that it was breaking all the reasonable use of all other Shroud abilities throughout the entire game. You could have it every 10 seconds. Right, the animus cost was very low. The effect radius meant you were pretty much blanketing the whole army every time you casted it. It happened instantaneously. One thing I want to see here from the 3-second casting delay is I would like there to be some kind of light or a moon comes down or a shine or something that gives you the understanding that, oh, this area is about to be affected by the ritual, right? And that could give you the option of lean forward and into the fight, take the fight standing where you are, back away, right? It could be used as a zoning tool, right? And I think that would be an interesting way to, through all of these nerfs, to actually make it more palatable to players. I don't think your army should be standing for 3 seconds anyways, but that doesn't mean that I can personally live up to that expectation. So, how to say, now requires a greater shrine is really the thing that matters, because this means it's less likely that you're going to hit the initial timing and smack your opponent. I will say it's also not as necessary as it used to be, courtesy of some changes we'll get to the Gaunt in a little bit. So I need to see what effect radius 6 actually means. But the fact that there's a 120-second cooldown, that's pretty good. Yeah. In general, the way that these units, these rituals are designed, you either have to check them by their animus requirement or you have to check them by their cooldowns, right? Because checking them by their effects just doesn't quite do it. Because if you check them by their effects, if you reduce them by their effects, people just won't use them. So you really only have 2 avenues for balancing them. Nightfall Infestation, now Shroudstone Manifestation. Renowned to Shroudstone Manifestation, cast from the top bar, must be placed within a 10 radius of a shrine or Shroudstone, and gives a temporary buff to the summoned Shroudstone that increases attack speed and damage by 30 seconds. Increased from 30 seconds to 120 seconds requirement, and now requires Greater Shrine. The problem with Shroudstone Manifestation is that I saw a lot of people just using what was called Bring Darkness. Right? That's really its biggest problem. Now required greater shrine is really smart for a lot of these. The Summon Flayed Dragon. Here we go. Animus cost decreased from 500 to 300. Resource cost up from 500, 400 to 500, 500. I will say that Infernals seem to be gaining more access to Ethereum more readily than their opponents. I think there will be a meta shift to accommodate, courtesy of the nerfs that we're going to see to Brutes in a little bit, but also courtesy of the fact that you still have Fiends moving around at Mach 50. So the vision range of the Flayed Dragon was increased from 12 to 15. This is because the unit is a large model, and there's a thing that happens where if you have a large model, then the items in relation to that model get weird. And what I mean by that is, if you had like imagine your house moving at an inch a minute, right? You'd be like, it's not, an inch an hour. You'd be like, damn, it's not moving that much. Now imagine if you saw, like, I don't know, a blade of grass move an inch in a minute. You'd be like, damn, that's pretty fast. Like, look at it go. Now here's the thing, right? That's because the size of the house is larger than the size of the spider or the leaf blade or whatever I said. Okay, so vision range increase. This is just a quality of life change, right? So that it can see around its big butt. Movement speed decreased from 6.5 to 6 because they don't want flying units to be that strong, even tier 3 final end of the game flying units. And Fetid Breath cooldown increased from 6 to 10. Now when it says that it now requires the Greater Shrine, what you should really get out of this is they didn't think that there were enough things that justified the use of the Greater Shrine, so they're forcing that to be part of the tech requirement to a greater extent. New ritual, Summon Effigy. This is the reason the Blood Boon was removed. Summons an effigy at a target location that provides Shroud for 60 seconds at the cost of 10 Animus and 60 seconds. I will note that this is something you have to consider. So not only does this stack with the fact that Veil doesn't go away and doesn't debuff over time, it doesn't get removed over time, but also it only costs 10 Animus, and also Animus, the way it's generated, matters quite a bit. So Animus will give you half the supply of anything that dies on Animus, friendly or otherwise, but it doubles if it is on Shroud. So this is essentially a 10 Animus ability that you just cast when a dumb fight is about to take place or you're about to siege a location. You will guaranteed get the Animus back. You're getting temporary hit points and full healing, and 60 seconds is such a ridiculous amount of time, actually. The 60 seconds is such a ridiculous amount of time because imagine like if you're playing Secluded Grove, you just dump this against a Vanguard player like right outside of their natural and center it outside of their natural. Now it's possible, it says it summons an effigy at a target location to provide Shroud for 60 seconds. So when it says it summons an effigy, this makes me think like it doesn't just say generate Shroud, right? It says an effigy. And so this makes me think that this is a targetable, destructible thing that you can actually get rid of. And if you can get rid of this, then this is perfectly fine, right? Then it's a 60-second cooldown on something that is destructible, pretty much like the Priest's Healing Ward in Little War Game. New ritual, Hellspawn Resurgence, refreshes all charge on the target Infernal Shrine, Iron Vault, Conclave, or Twilight Spire for 15 Animus and no cooldown. So here's the thing. This is really strong, but it is only really strong in relationship to the thing that you're generating off of it, right? So an easy way to think about this is that if you generate Animus, like if what dies generates Animus that gets close to the cost of this ability, then it's obviously overpowered, right? If I don't know offhand, but let's say that you have three Magmadons that are on Shroud and they have 5 supply each or something crazy like that. Well, then if all 3 of them die, and you can just activate the Hellspawn Resurgence and then get all of them back, or get all the charges for them back, then that means that your second fight opportunity is very good. And in fact, your replace expensive units opportunity is extremely good. I think that the cooldown of 0 seconds pretty much has to get removed for this, right? Even so, even though the use of it is conditional, let's pick up a less optimistic pick, right? I want to get 3 charges back of Brutes. Now, Brutes have gone up, Brutes have gone from 3, let me see what it was. Brutes have gone from 2 supply to 3 supply, and so if they die on Shroud, 3 of them, you get 9 Animus. So you're meeting 3/5, you're meeting 60% of the requirements for this new Hellspawn Resurgence ritual, right? And then this ritual, you've got 60% of the requirements, and then you were going to either generate new... What people forget is you were either going to have to wait, which is untenable, or you were going to have to generate new buildings anyways. So it's not like, well, you still have to pay the cost of the units. It's kind of a false argument, because if you wanted the units anyways, you were just going to make another Iron Vault or another Conclave or another Twilight Spire or an Infernal Shrine, right? You were just going to make that anyways. Right, and the versatility is actually crazy here too, because who cares? Like, what happens if you generate 3 imps and you flame them on? Like, you use flame on and you kill not like the 10 mobs that are normally on Illuminite, right? Well, you get 5 Animus back. Seems good. Like this seems really, really concerning, because this is going to replace the number of Iron Vaults, Conclaves, and Twilight Spires that you're going to end up making over the course of the game. It also asks the question, so the other problem with this is that the more units that are, I've talked about this before, but the more units that are in the Infernal Shrine, the Iron Vault, the Conclave, the more units that are in any of these buildings that are highlighted, the more units that are in any of the buildings that are right here, the better this ability will be on them, and the fewer units there are, the worse. So let's imagine there was a building that only had Gaunts inside of it, right? That's the only thing that's inside of it. Well, Hellspawn Resurgence looks kind of shit, right, on that structure. Now let's say that there was a structure where there's Brutes and Magmadons. Brutes and Magmadons and Spriggans. Well, that sounds amazing. That sounds great. The versatility on that is sick. So actually, this is going to redefine what buildings are seen as a priority and what the tech tree looks like for Infernals going forward. So basically, Hellspawn Resurgence encourages you to find the one that generates the most meta-influential units, and then make more of those units and use them more offensively and oppressively. This is gonna get nerfed. The 0 seconds. It just kind of has to. There's just too much offensive pressure that this generates and allows, especially when you consider that, not Bring Darkness, Summon Effigy is 10 Animus and will double the amount of Animus that you receive, right, from any of the deaths. Felhog, I would hate to be an Infernal player and read this change. Not because of Infernal versus Vanguard, but because of Infernal's Mirror, right? Oh, I skipped one. We'll get right to it. New ritual, Shadowfall, covers the entire map in Shroud for 30 seconds. Costs 100 Animus. Requirement is cooldown is 180 seconds. The requirement is the Greater Shrine. The problem is the opportunity cost. Why would I spend 100 Animus for 30 seconds of Shroud when I could spend 10 Animus for 60 seconds of Shroud in a target location? Well, global is the whole map. Are your units all over the map? Now, you might say, well, the benefit is that anytime that I get Veil, the white health up, I keep it forever. So that might make Shadowfall really worth it. No, it won't. You're keeping all of those units home anyways. And if you're not keeping them home, you're sending them on a path either with a Doombringer/Harbinger who is generating the Shroud for you anyways, or you're just summoning an effigy for literally 1/10 the cost that lasts twice as long. Like, this is one of those things where it sounds cool, and then if you think about its actual gameplay implications, you realize, like, actually, this effect kind of sucks. Like, it's just not... it's undertuned, right? It costs too much Animus for an effect that isn't particularly relevant. Yeah, the entire map, but you're only getting a benefit off of all of the non-Shroud locations you wanted to move to anyways, that are on the map that you already don't have other means of controlling through things like an effigy. Also, you've just told your opponent where 100 of your Animus went if you use this ability, right? You're just telling them, oh yeah, I just decided to use this instead of like waiting so that I can get a flayed dragon. Okay. This is 1/3 of a flayed dragon. What do you feel better about? Covering the whole map for something in 10 times as expensive as an effigy for half the duration, but you don't have to protect it? Or not doing this 3 times and getting a flayed dragon. I personally would take the post-nerf dragon over this. Felhog. So I would hate to be. So people have asked me, what faction do you want to play? There's a lot of reasons for why I want to play Vanguard. One of them is I don't want to do Infernal Mirror. It looks completely awful. And this is going to make it even worse. So Felhog health decrease from 90 to 60. This is a double nerf, and you need to get used to thinking about this. Anytime you see a health change, anytime your health changes for an Infernal unit, you need to think of it as a double buff or a double nerf. So keep in mind, every time that you change the health of an Infernal unit, by default, as a baseline, 25% of their health is going to be in Veil, the white health, the white health generated from Shroud. So the Felhog went from being 90 health, which implies that it had about 22 Veil, to 60 health. So that was about, 90 and then 50. So it went from 90 and let's say 25% of that would have been 22. So about 112 health. It went from about 112 health to 60, a quarter of which is 15, to 75. So it's actually just lost for free 40 health, right? The damage is also decreased from 8 to 6, and Felhogs now provide the animus that they should when they perish. Here's the problem. We saw Parting do a defense of... So Theory hit Parting with a triple Iron Vault, right, and sent Brutes to go attack him to death. How did Parting defend? 4 meat farms and a Shroud Stone. Part of the reason he generated those was that, it turns out Felhogs had pretty good damage and health. Now, how is he going to do that? Will 4 actually cover it? Will 4 cover it now? Because think about it. They went from having 120 health and realistically being able to tank about 4 brute shots to now they have 75 health. And they can, at absolute best, tank 2 and then die on the 3rd one. So these things have 1/3 of the survival, or they have a 25% less survivability against brutes, and they do less damage. Now, they might actually just still be good because of the path blocking, the free unit, the free unit itis that they get, right? And the fact that they do provide that animus to actually just be useful anyways. But this would suck because you're going to be fighting against a lot of fiends and you're going to be fighting a lot of fiends and a lot of infest. I didn't see the Felhog say that it doesn't provide for infestation, by the way. And if you're getting triple rushed, as we saw Theory do to Parting, is 4 going to actually be the right number to hold on to things in a somewhat clean fashion? Like, this is a mess, dude. This is a mess. Now, I actually don't, and also, this thing wasn't even, here's the thing, these nerfs don't even really address why Hedgehogs, these nerfs don't even address, for the Felhog, they don't even address why, for Vanguard, the Hedgehog was always running into 2 Shroud Stones and a meat farm. The meat farm was always so that the meat farm would provide a hit point blocker for the Shroud Stones, and then it would fuck up the AI of the Hedgehogs that were attacking, right? So actually, just the Felhog existing is enough for for that strategy to get blunted. Imp. Here we go. Inflame now only activates on one unit if you have multiple imps selected. Holding down the hotkey will activate it multiple times. This is quality of life and to stop you from losing a bunch of imps in a silly fashion. There was a clip that was shown that is pretty well known in the community where it shows someone who just shatters 40 brutes at a time, or like 20 brutes at a time to kill 1 resource camp. Yeah, that's real bad. So it's just quality of life to make sure the same thing doesn't happen. Sick. Okay, so we're going to get into the next one, but first, I'm going to take a word from my sponsor known as Drink Water. That's right, water. It's been on the planet for a very long time, and it too can make sure that you stay alive. And did you know the average human body is 70% water? Well, you too can enjoy the sweet taste of relaxing water if you go drink some H2O today. That's H2O. But wait, there's more. Order now and get not some, but a lot of H2O for free. That's right. Get some of the 70% refreshing, recooling, and wondering kindling known as fresh water available at your local water cycle. I'll be right back. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. We managed to get something. So, Brute, it cost increased from 100 to 150. This is actually a big deal. So, the reason this is a big deal is that it probably means that you can't do the Gaunt Rush to the same effect that you used to. And the reason I say that is that when Parting was doing the Gaunt Rush, he would have 10 of 12 in Luminite. He would make an immediate Iron Vault, then 10 of 12 in Luminite, then at about 58 seconds he would send one imp over, grab his shrine over at his natural, and throughout all of this he would be sending the 11th imp that wasn't on that duty over to Therium to mine it. The Brute cost increase from 100 to 150 means that now instead of having an immediate Iron Vault, you either have to have an immediate Iron Vault and either, I think, cancel an imp, not make it, or you have to start your Iron Vault later. So, the other problem here is that the supply cost goes from 2 to 3. This might be a giant fuck you nerf, depending on the exact valuation that we see. It was pretty common beforehand for people to go in the following order: Iron Vault, send 58 seconds, send over to go to your natural, get your shrine, then generate a Brute as soon as you can at about the 103 mark, and then at about 137 or about 127 you would make your meat farm, and then you would continue making imps, and at 138 you would get your second Brute. So first off, this means that the first Brute either doesn't come out at the same speed, or if it does, it is at an active hindrance to the cost of your economy. And then the second thing that this means is that the second and third one are going to suffer the same way because of the supply cost increase from 2 to 3. So you're either going to, in order to make the first two Brutes at the same time that you were previously, you're going to have to hinder your economy or delay your expansion. Right now, if you delay your expansion, you have access to the Luminite, but that means you don't also, it also means you haven't sacrificed an imp, so you're probably going to have to make your meat farm earlier, right, in order to justify this cost. And keep in mind that the negative effects of these Brutes stack. It's pretty common for you to go up to, at 215 previously, at 215 you would have the supply cost of 6 expended through 300 Luminite to get 3 Brutes. Now you're basically getting that same interaction and cost at the second Brute instead of the third one. And they don't mention the charges here, but this also means you're probably much less likely to see the third Brute at 215, right? But I think the real way that this cost will be paid is in the timing of the shrine, right? I think that Infernal players will initially adapt to this by just saying, yeah, instead of getting 3 seconds, 138 and 215 for my Brutes, and then getting my shrine at about the 108 to 114 mark, I'm just going to wait and get my shrine at, I don't know, even what it would be. Like, I'm going to get my shrine at like the 130 mark or something like that, right? Right, something like this. I'm pretty sure that, or they're going to say it's okay if my economy is worse if I'm doing this rush, but then there's a trade-off. So I actually think this does a lot to mitigate the first 2 or 3 Brutes. And the reason that this matters is that, but there is a minor caveat here, is that while it is a nerf for the supply cost to be increased from 2 to 3 in the purpose of generating the Brute to go attack, obviously now when the Brute dies it generates 1.5 Animus instead of just the 1, right? Not a big deal, but again, like, it's one of these things where because Animus is tied to supply, it giveth and it taketh away. The Brute now always drops 2 Fiends on death, even if you didn't cast Sunder Soul. How to say? So a lot of people don't like this because it reduces some of the skill expression between the players who could and the players who did not do this. But really it was kind of a guessing game that was always in control of the player who owned the Brute. Like, did you check the skill tax sufficiently to actually cast Sunder Soul? And if you did for the first couple that were the most noteworthy, the most meaningful, then you were fine. And at a high level, people just did. So there wasn't counterplay for that. Also, if you're at a lower level and Sunder Soul doesn't always drop 2 Fiends on death, now you have a really, really, really big fucking problem, which is a lot of the value in your unit is actually that it drops the Fiends near death when you're about to take the killing blow, you Sunder Soul. If you're not using that, you're actually missing out on something like a quarter or a fifth of the unit's stats and potential. So here's the thing. This is going to, I think the real practical effect of this, people will think that this is not big enough of a nerf, but I think that this is going to just the first iteration of this change is seen by Infernals is going to be to delay the timing of their shrine from 114 to some later time like 130 or 140. That means their economy won't kick off the same way. There's actually going to be a greater cost to doing this. The second way that this will actually generate is that a lot of Infernals players are going to realize, wait a second, brutes are just that fucking good anyways, and they're going to make 2 of them instead of 3, and they're going to say, well, now that the cost of 2 is the same as 3 used to be, and the supply cost of 2 is the same as 3 used to be, we just won't make the third one, right? So instead of looking at a 215 timing, we'll look at 138, and then we noticed that people were already transitioning at about 215 to 230 into a Shroud Stone, into getting their third base, into a Conclave, into making a decision as to whether or not they want more Iron Vaults. I think one thing that this is doing is that supply, so there's a thing called this problem of small numbers, is that when you have a small number and you try to change it for balance purposes, it actually has an outsized effect, because you can't just give something 2.25 supply, right? It's 2 supply or it's 3 supply. And so this really can be shown if we start looking at big numbers like 6 brutes, right? What happens if 6 brutes are rolling around? Well, now 6 brutes cost what 9 brutes cost, right? In terms of all of their cost and the supply. But in exchange, you only get 12 brutes or 12 fiends. Now you get them automatically, but you only get 12 fiends. Sound 12 instead of 18, by the way, is a big deal, because again, every time you stat check down, it gets worse. Soulforge Ascendance now only provides 1 bonus fiend, down from 2. Good. Soulforge Ascendance now additionally increases the armor of brutes by 10. So I understand why people are mad about this, because they're like, the brute is overpowered, and now you're going to make its upgrade that it's going to get all the time, anyways. Period. Actually, make it even more powerful. And I don't think those people were watching the same game I was. Like, so versus Vanguard, the problem with the brutes was always that you were splitting them into fiends and then running them into 3 different bases or 2 different bases, or attacking the army and ignoring the army and attacking behind, something like that. So the problem was always the movement speed of the fiend, not the actual straight up brawling capacity of the brutes, until the fight happens, at which point so many other things have happened in the game that make it shit for them that the Vanguard player loses, because yeah, brutes do have good stats on top of it. And then in the mirror, actually fiends are kind of shit against brutes. Like, whoever splits first loses. So the effect of the armor of brutes being increased by 10 is just going to make them more durable in the straight up like fight between themselves and other Infernals. And then the problem with the plus 10 armor is that, again, we've covered this. Plus 10 armor doesn't actually mean, oh, I did 11 damage, but minus 10 armor, now I do 1 damage. If I had to guess, the plus 10 armor is something like they take 10% less damage from the enemy attacks, or something like that. You know, like some like Diablo style implementation. So I wouldn't get my panties in a wad about that. The 10 armor probably is there to hit some breakpoints to make sure that your brutes win in a way that they didn't against the opponents if you have the upgrade and they don't. That would be my guess. Soulforge Ascendance cost decreased from 150 to 100. I don't agree with this, because Soulforge Ascendance is just going to always be useful, because you're generating 3 units that are highly speedy, that have good speed, and are very microable. Also, with the fact that Veil no longer goes away over the course of the game, it no longer goes away if you're off of the Shroud. So, I don't know about that, Chief. Like, I get what they're going for. They don't want the upgrade to be as expensive as it used to be when you're literally getting half value, but they recognize that it's a good ability. So basically what they're doing here for the Soulforge Ascendance cost is they're nerfing Soulforge Ascendance by buffing it. And let me explain this. So Soulforge Ascendance's whole thing is that it gives you 2 fiends when the brute dies, and now it only gives you 1. That's a 50% reduction in the actual ability of the upgrade that you're getting. So Soulforge Ascendance cost decreasing from 150 to 75 would be a proportionate change, right? But by changing it, because 150 to 75, 75 is half of the 150. I could get into a conversation about how it's actually a little bit better than proportionate, but math-wise, numbers-wise, it's proportionate. Going down to 100, but only giving you, making you pay 66% of the cost, but giving you 50% of the value is actually a nerf to Soulforge Ascendants. And this is also why, you notice that thing of how they're giving you, they're nerfing it by 66%. They're nerfing its costs by 66%, but only giving you half value. That is also exchanged here in the Soulforge Ascendants research time of 60 seconds instead of 90 seconds. Now, this is just basically what I'm getting at is this is probably going to if you do the 3 timing, you're not going to see 3 brutes out at 215. Or if you do, it means that you as the defending player know that they've sacrificed their economy in some form, either not making imps or delaying their shrine. So I think that actually the initial reaction is going to be to say, fuck it, that's fine. And the secondary reaction is going to be to say, we'll just make 2 instead of 3 and make our 215 tech choice anyways, right? Okay, so Sunder Soul now activates only on 1 unit if you have multiple brutes selected. Holding down the hotkey will achieve it multiple times. This is only happening, well, not only, but this is happening because of a very embarrassing video that happened where a guy was trying to kill 20 or so. He had like 20 brutes and was trying to kill one single isolated by its damn self resource camp, I think on Broken Crown Hinterlands, and he just sacked like 20 brutes and blew them all up into fiends. So yeah, you don't want people doing that. That would make me want to throw my mouse through the wall and into my keyboard in a video game called Minecraft. So yeah, when you are selecting multiple brutes, Sunder Soul will now always activate on the one with the lowest health. Lowest health or lowest health plus Veil, right? Anyways. Fiends, yes. Alright, so I'm just going to say, remember, as soon as I saw, the first time I saw this, you can believe me or not, as soon as I saw that the scout got increased movement speed, I knew that they hadn't nerfed the movement speed of fiends. I knew that they hadn't done it. Now you could say like, but yeah, of course you would say that. That would make you sound smart. And if you don't even get why that would make me sound smart, then like, I don't really know what to tell you. What the hell? Why is there chicken in here? Fucking chicken. Alright, cool. Damage decreased from 9 to 8. Depends on how the armor works, really. I mean, this is just a straight up mathematical nerf. But what we really care about is what's the damage mitigation of everything else. And the problem, too, is that one of the things that Fiends were good at is wrecking buildings. And it's just worth noting that they're still good at wrecking buildings, right? And also, what are the things that would counter them? So Fellhogs lost 2 damage and lost a third of their effective health and 2 damage. Right? So the Fiend has actually lost less health than the Fellhog, so the Fellhog is now worse defensively to deal with Fiends. Brutes are now more expensive, so actually they still win against Fiends really hard, but let's see, how else to say for Fiends? I don't think this changes their ability to wreck the command posts and snipe that way. Also, habitats have 2/3 of the health that they previously had, so even though they lost 1 damage, I don't believe that they lost 1 damage, but now their primary things that they would be interacting with have also lost either damage or health. So they have a 33% buff against, or more even, against Fellhogs. They do essentially 33% more to the total hit points of habitats. They're still fast, like, alright. Unstable mass trait reworked. New effect. This unit degenerates 2% of its Veil per second off of Shroud. 0.3 white health per second. This is not satisfying. Because this just means that the Fiends now goes from being a unit that will eventually, I guess, technically die over time, to being a unit that is the only one that loses its racial or factional characteristic, but it would still keep all of its health. And it's still fast. And the damage it does is a little bit less than you would like it to do. But, how to say, you would have to do 9 hits, right? You would have to do 9 hits instead of 8 previously. What were you hitting that was taking that? A Bob, right? Like, Okay, so a Bob lives for one more hit. Imps have 90 hit points, so those live a little bit longer, right? Scouts? Scouts are now faster than Scouts are now, if not as fast, then faster than these, right? But now the problem is that these units don't die over time anymore. So you can just actually make it the right decision to say, like, I'm going to split. And remember what we were seeing before where people were like, I'm going to take my fiends and go to a health camp or go to a speed camp, or I'm going to keep them over here for some map vision. And it's fine if they die, right? Well, now they don't even die. So now your opponent just has Zerglings. Now they're not exactly Zerglings, right? But, you know, the people watching this know kind of where I'm coming from. It's just very, very, very hard to actually look at this and think that this is enough for Fiends. Like, I actually think that it would have been better for the game over. Also, because the way that they have been increased in speed means that just because they've been increased in speed, and, okay, they were increased in speed to be faster than Scouts. Just because Scouts are now as fast or faster than these Fiends doesn't mean that everything else also got a buff. Hedgehogs are slower. Lancers are are still slower. Brutes are obviously slower. Gaunts are slower. Magmadons are slower. Like, you know, Imps and Bobs are also slower, right? Just because you've given a buff to speed to a unit that you think is going to be this thing's counter, or to create an interesting bit of counterplay, doesn't mean that you're not actually tearing apart the foundation of how quickly units move across the map and what that possibility generates. Like, yes, it might now take longer for you to get to the point where the brutes actually can make enough fiends to pop a command center or like harass your opponent in a multi-pronged fashion, but you haven't actually stopped that from happening. You're delaying the time that it exists and hoping, well, I hope the players can figure out how to do something with the extra time that they have. Gee willikers, I hope those building nerfs that I gave them don't actually hinder them in any way. It definitely will. This unit is going to get nerfed after this. Now, it's immune to infest because, as I said it, and listen, I can't follow myself to trigger the audio, but let me just say the thing that I have said. And by the way, if you want to be the person who can also join in this joke, just go ahead and actually hit the follow button on Twitch so you can keep live with more of this, keep abreast of my thoughts more. If you don't want to keep abreast of my thoughts, then don't worry, take a peck. Get it? Pectorals, abreast. Listen, I'm eating chicken right now, so that's the theme of the jokes right now. Here's the thing, okay? I'm not in the beta, right? I've said that multiple times. You can hit follow and also have the joke of welcome to the beta. I think that shit's sick. But I don't see how this solves the problem of the interactions for the new health, etc. Now, let me say this part. I have a lot of appreciation for Mana for letting me use his content to do stuff on stream, right? So I want to stress personally, if you're watching this, or if anyone that is a really large fan of yours is watching this, I am not saying that you or Vortex did anything wrong. I think it's the right thing to try to win the game as hard as you can with the tools that you were given and that are available to you. And I don't think you played it wrong or anything like that. But I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. Mana versus Vortex looked like fucking hot dog shit. It looked fucking terrible to see two Infernals players who were mass infesting each other and then having the Fiends themselves be infested so that we couldn't tell whose units were what or what units had popped up to be where and where the pop-up had happened and who had surface area and who didn't and this thing is going to live and then this thing is going to die and now we have to recall the Bring Darkness to make sure that these Fiends die and then they leave but then they come back and then they die off shrine. That was a fucking clusterfuck. That was awful. That was shit. That was not a fun viewing experience. Anyone who was watching that was either shaking their head of disbelief or laughing because otherwise they would cry. So the fact that the Fiends are now immune to infest, I'm a little in disbelief that it ever wasn't day one fixed. Now, I know that that's not how development works, and you don't want to get caught in a balance cycle when you are trying to put in development work in the back end. But sometimes the balance makes things so scuffed that you actually can't test the design, and I think having Fiends not be immune to infest just showed right? So I'm glad we will never, ever, 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 ever have a game like that ever again. That was horrible, hot garbage. Purely in the regards of the last fights where the fiends are mass infesting each other. Nothing to do with the quality of play from the people involved. Gaunts. Why did we buff Gaunts? That's right. So range increased from 4.5 to 5.5. Why? Let's just go up here so that you can understand. That means they now outrange hornets that are attempting to shoot. They now outrange what hornets used to be when they were attempting to harass workers. They now, let me find, come on. Come here, where are you? Hedgehog. They now, here we go. They now have more range than a mobilized Hedgehog. Why? Why? Okay. Now infest all enemies on hit without an upgrade. Oh, so the primary reason we got the upgrade. The infestability. And the one, so I've said before that Gaunts are just shit units that have an amazing upgrade, because it turns out infesting things is really strong. And yes, the bonus damage from the Hemoglaive Infusion was pretty nice. So Hemoglaive Infusion ability has now been renamed to Reaper's Rush. I'm going to have to change how I think about all of these names over and over and over, aren't I? So Reaper's Rush no longer adds Infest to the Gaunt's weapon. Yeah, because it has it by fucking default. And it has been replaced with Reaper's Rush. It allows the Gaunt to use the Reaper's Rush ability, which costs 100, and it takes a research time of 60 seconds in the Ritual Chamber. Question. Why? Why did you increase the range of the Gaunt? Why? What was the purpose in... So previously, when you attacked with these, you had to use the Hemoglaive Infusion to make sure that you were actually infesting anything that you were striking, and then you would still use the Global over top, just in case you missed anything. Okay, now they just infest anything that they hit. Sound really curious is what I would say. The one benefit here is that they don't by default also have the ability to just like give themselves bonus damage, but I never thought you were actually using the Gaunts for their damage, right? Like I actually think that this is a really problem. This is going to generate a lot of problems, right? Depending, I think it was like 10 damage or something like previously for the Gaunts, right? So now you've just made it so that they don't even need a buff, so that they can just infest things passively. How did you see that many infested units get spawned and think that that was okay? It's like the fact that when a unit dies it spawns fiends actually encourages any even game state to transform into snowballs in BMS. I think that the fiend generation on the infestability of the Gaunt is actually going to have design problems. Whether it's overpowered or underpowered, it will always be an infraction on design, right? Because it just causes the game to collapse to a point where you just kind of have to fight, right? If you're the Infernals. And then if you're getting aggressed upon, you can never take a fight unless you're sure you will win it. Otherwise, you generate fiends that now don't die. Okay. Weapon period increased from 1.5 to 2.1, so basically a 40% nerf. Got it. Something like that. Oh, it's even better than that. It's like 6, so it's like, it is 40%. Nice. Math is good. Damage decreased from 41 to 30, which is like, okay. All right. So it doesn't attack as quickly, and it doesn't deal as much damage. I think that they were assuming that the Magmadon... So it was hard to tell when I was looking at the fight specifically with the Vanguard. But it was... And I saw a couple Infernal fights where Magmadons were trading into each other's backline, right? It was hard to determine how much damage it was doing. For the Infernal games especially because of the Fiend Nightmare that happened afterwards. But for the Vanguards it was also hard to tell because, like, aren't they sliding in and dying immediately? Are they doing that much damage? So I think visibility and readability on the Magmadon was more of a concern than actually its damage. Or its visibility and readability is the thing that makes it difficult for me to understand how much damage it was actually doing and how much it was actually putting out. Like, what was its relevance? I will say The fact that it no longer has the burrow charge, so it no longer has burrow charge and flame coil lasso. Burrow charge is right. You saw it before. You saw it a lot. It stuns for like 0.5 seconds, something like that, maybe a little bit less. Flame coil lasso is an ability that would allow it to rip a unit from the sky and bring it down. So you can attack it, kind of like a Raider's net from War 3. And that was my interpretation of it anyways. And Consume reworked. New effect. Sacrifices a nearby Felhog or Fiend and recovering 100% of its max white health instantly. The reason that this works is that previously, Consume's not really being reworked. Consume was allowing you to eat a... Consume allowed you to eat a Felhog, or I think it's just a Felhog, but it might have been a Felhog or a Fiend, and it would recover 50% of your Veil instantly. So think about it this way. Since we are now, so when you had 50% of your health as Veil, then you could sacrifice a Felhog or a Fiend, and you would get 50% of that value back. Well, 50% of 50% is 25. Right? Or 50% of 50 is 25, the 25%. So now that we're back to 25%, it only makes sense that when you consume a nearby Felhog or Fiend, you get all of your health back instantly. So that's not actually a buff or a nerf, that's just making sure it works with the way that the new mandated effect of the Veil works. New ability Trample. Goes into a rampage, pushing nearby units out of the Magmadon's path and dealing 150 damage over 6 seconds to nearby enemy ground units. It's 25 damage per second, basically, to nearby enemy ground units, and it destroys trees. So, basically, it has gone from being a thing that slides and stuns, and then it's now set in the middle, and it can bang its bongo drums of damage, to this thing disperses your units. Right? And also the way that fights happen, line v line, typically, when it disperses this unit, it's just going to shove them aside and break the line like this. Right? Whereas stun before was units are moving somewhat in a ball, slide in, stun the whole thing. The fight is basically over because of the CC and the power that you're representing. I also think that since they didn't talk about its damage, this fact now that it can no longer ignore cliffs, well, we don't know that. We don't know that, right? So it's possible that the new Trample ability ignores elevation in a way that the Burrow Charge ability does, but part of the power of Burrow Charge ability was that it ignored terrain and that it had hard CC. The fact that the Trample ability says goes onto a rampage reminds me a lot of Outrage from Pokemon. The idea that or Petal Dance, you just keep hitting and keep hitting and keep hitting. And in this case, I suspect that its Rampage quote means that it's untargetable, uncancelable, and will move in the direction that you have indicated for 6 seconds, dealing 150 damage. So this does sound like it actually aligns with the design intention of allowing people to micro and have more dynamic battles. It might make it hard for this to actually be a relevant unit, considering that if it doesn't change its movement speed, and there isn't a stun attached, doing the pure damage might make it just an absolute wreck at lower levels, and then pretty bad at higher levels as people learn how to split against it. But I love it way more than a terrain-ignoring slide into the middle of a pack of units that gets a full stun, and then allows the Magmadon to use an attack that every 3 attacks gets bonus damage / AoE / pain. So I like that a lot. New upgrade, Demon Hoof Tremors, just allows Magmadon's Trample ability to periodically stun nearby enemy ground units. Again, this sounds like it doesn't give a bonus movement speed when you use it. The Trample sounds like something that you have to set a path to and then forget. If your opponent can micro around that, then great. Then this upgrade won't help you at all. This also allows you trampling from the side to have huge benefits, and it kind of makes it so that it's a more reactable Burrow Charge that will periodically stun. So you might actually get multiple stuns on the same thing, but it depends, right? So the 50%, the stun for 1/2 second, or the stun for 0.5 seconds previously of the Magmadon was very powerful. And so if this... It just depends what the movement speed is of the Magmadon, I think. It depends on whether or not the Magmadon is controllable using the ability, how quickly you regain control, and then how much distance it covers in the 6 seconds, right? I actually think that this is still going to be, how to say... Because you get this, you're enraged or you trample for 6 seconds. So it's not like you get the slide stun and then immediately start hitting, but the rest of your army can hit. And we don't know that It's hard to say if the stun stops movement and damage, although if it's anything like the Bro Charge, it probably does. This still looks like the kind of ability that's going to be an absolute wreck at lower levels, and then will be somewhat of a joke. Not a joke, but it will be somewhat more difficult to leverage at higher levels. I think that this is actually enough to nerf the this is the Magmadon nerfed into the fucking ground, by the way. I don't think people realize. So much like how when Vulcans are fighting, people are looking at the Vulcan because it's the big, healthy, flashy unit with the AoE cone and the wind-up chain gun. So people are happy and are looking at that. But what they didn't look at is the med techs and what the health is of the units that are healing that Vulcan in the background. Much the same way here. I think that people were looking a lot at Gaunts and how much of a problem that they were, but this is actually this preventing the Gaunts from actually getting their Hemoglaive infusion, now Reaper's Rush, to actually not having the Burrow Charge, and then having to rely on this trample that seemingly doesn't give any bonus movement speed when activated, means that I don't think that the Gaunts are going to be able to catch as much of the army as they could, or catch up to the army as easily, which might mean they have to cast more Reaper's Rushes. So I think that this is actually a defining factor. This is a major nerf. This is a really big nerf, actually. The only thing that looks like a buff here is actually Consume. And if you think about it, it's not actually a change. I went over that. And then you might look at the 150 damage over 6 seconds to nearby enemy ground units, but I'm pretty sure this isn't going to be as problematic, I think, as the Burrow Charge. Burrow Charge implies like a fast acceleration of movement. So, Shadow Flyer. Water time. All right. Health increased from 50 to 60. Always love the 20% increase. That is probably... One second. We're gonna highlight this and we're gonna come back to it. We're gonna look at the Hornet. Not the Hornet. The evac. Yes, okay, so evac says, upon activation by an enemy area unit, the Skymine will chase the target down and detonate, dealing 50 damage to enemy units in the area, slowing them down for 10 seconds. So what the purposes of the health increase here is trying to keep as many relationships the same as possible, and actually just making sure that this unit doesn't die to the Skymine. So now built at the Twilight Spire inside the Shrine, the movement speed increased from 4 to 6. Cool, it's faster. Missile acceleration is double. Max speed is decreased, and the surge no longer increases the movement speed. So remember, this is a suicide flyer, right? It runs in and kills things. This is meant to be the answer to the evac, which is part of why when the evac was given the ability, this was also given some extra health to compensate for the fact that the... what the hell is it called? What the hell is that mine called? I have to remember the names of stuff too, right? Yeah, the Skymine. So the Skymine now no longer kills the Shadow Flyer, which makes sense because the Shadow Flyer's whole purpose, its whole shtick, its whole raison d'etre was to go make sure that this unit just got wrecked. And its missile period is faster. It moves faster. Like this, it's also gone from 4 to 6. Basically, these are meant to tie the Skymine in without just the evac being crazy broken. It's too late. I think the evac is still crazy broken. Doombringer's health was increased from 250 to 260. Cost increased, supply increased. Built from the Conclave instead of the Twilight Spire. Interesting. So it has a minor health increase, a drastic Therium nerf, and its supply is increased. But that's all to compensate for the fact that it's lower on the tech tree. Okay? And its requirement changes, yeah, and it's built from the Conclave and requires a greater Senior Hine, my favorite, my primary greater building if I'm an Infernal. I don't think you want this as an Infernal player. Because now your choices are if it's making, it's the Conclave. Okay, actually, never mind, this is fine. This is fine, because what you want is units that don't work together, or you want units that work together to be in different tech tree paths, right? And so, let's pretend that the Vanguard had the Infernals card system, right? You wouldn't want the Atlas and the Evac to be on the same card, because they're supposed to go together, right? Much the same way here. If you're looking at Gaunts, it's the thing that costs Therium a little bit. But, well, actually, this is kind of a nerf there, too, because, how to say? No, I'll pass on that, actually. Yeah, let me mull that one over in my head a little bit. Okay. So, basically, overall, great for the tech tree, worse for the usability. And I think that this is going to turn the Doombringer less into a deployment, a deployable unit, and more into. This will make it less a deployable unit and more of a, like a mini effigy, basically. I think that this is going, since it ties in with the same. Since it has the same card system with the Gaunts, it probably wants to go with something like the Brutes or the Magmadons, but the Magmadons were just nerfed to absolute shit. So, it's probably Brutes. What else would you even send this with? I wouldn't send this with a Weaver. The Weaver can't harass worker units. It does percentile damage. That seems shit. Imps? Doombringer and Imps? Right? Imp drops or something like that would be pretty sick. Yeah, the Flayed Dragon. Basically, the only thing that this wants to drop now, in a way that's not inefficient with the card system, are Brutes. Brutes got nerfed by 50%, essentially. And I think that what it would really want to drop these with would be Gaunts, but it shares a card with it because the Conclave also has Gaunts. And so if you're making the Doombringer with one of those cards, you're also not making Gaunts out of the same area, and that delays the timing of this. So this is actually a case where the unit is not underpowered. It's just all of the design aspects around it. So I actually think the Doombringer is going to prove to be underpowered. Like, the one thing that you do want to drop with it, yes, it's easier now to get on the tech tree, but that actually means that now it's competing for the one thing it probably wants to deploy the most outside of, like, imps. So it's lost 50% of the things it would love to deploy. And the Magmadon that it might also want to ferry around is just going to eat shit and be useless because of all the nerfs that it received. The one area that this might be fine is, again, if instead of spending the 10 elements for the effigy, you actually use this to generate the shroud area, right, and use this as a support tower, I could see that as being particularly useful. But, man, the Doombringer, it sucks that it can't drop with Gaunts, basically. It can still. You can just make multiple conclaves, but it's less efficient. This also has an implication, by the way, that they think that this is all that's necessary to get it over here for the conclave. So, Weaver, health decreased from 750 to 720. There's an interaction there that I'm missing. Lash Canal, every time that I saw a Weaver, I actually thought that it just looked like a big, stupid, slow, expensive waste of money. Right? Like, when you're playing a game and you're winning and your opponent brings over 8 Weavers and they get popped because the Weaver is just that unimpressive, right, as a combat unit, I was just not impressed by this thing at all. It just looks like it does a lot of things, and then it just accomplishes nothing. Lash can now target deployed units. So you can lash the Doombringer. You can lash an Atlas. I'm not really understanding the full depth of what deployed units are, other than the Doombringer becoming a Harbinger and then Atlas in its siege form, right? The fact that its weapon damage was changed from 20 to 10% of the unit's max health, 5% to structures, so I'll just make it quite obvious. This is just a buff. This is a very sizable buff, in fact. So the thing is that 5%, oh my god. So this thing does 20 damage to habitats. 10% of, it does about 23 damage now to Lancers, up from 20. It does less against Exos and Scouts, obviously. It does worse against Workers of all forms, Bobs and Imps. It's just better against Vulcans, yeah? This is basically an admission that we didn't know how to, we think that the Vulcan is extremely powerful, and this is a way that you can go ahead and like, take advantage of it, like, fight it. Because I don't know what the health is on Vulcans, but I think I checked it. I think it was like 450. So a times 2.25 multiplier on damage. That's pretty good. Meat Farm. Build time increased from 15 seconds to 20. No longer has the heavy tag. Now has the light tag. Great. So it now takes bonus damage from scouts. It takes bonus damage from hornets. Is that it? Is that all that we care about now? Yeah, scouts and hornets. I would be willing to bet that the Imp's Flame On ability does more damage to things that are light units as opposed to heavy, right? Or it does normal to light and less to heavy. So this just makes this overall a weaker, less defensive structure. It's kind of crazy how much they've nerfed the meat farm. So the meat farm now takes 33% more time to build a unit that has 2/3 of the hit points effectively that it did before, and 75% of the damage. So I don't actually know how you hold like triple Iron Vault and cheeses like that in Infernal Mirrors. Right? I guess your best defense is to just hope that you get a really large wonky map that doesn't allow for that. Also, 5% to structures means this thing is going to be good at wrecking command posts and shrines and greater shrines and command centers. Shroud Stone. Shroud radius increased from 10 to 12. Shroud weapon period increased from 0.6 to 0.8. I don't really understand the Shroud radius. Well, actually I do. So the ability, let me find the name of that ability. There is a new ability that allows your Shroud Stone to generate another Shroud Stone within range 10. Right? Let me find it. Sentinel, Infernals, Tech Tree, Rituals. Okay, so Shroudstone Manifestation. Shroudstone Manifestation now must be placed within 10 radius of a Shroud or Shroudstone. And so this right here is why you see the Shroudstone radius increase from 10 to 12. You don't want to place a Shroudstone outside of Shroud, right? And that's what they're going for here. Right? They're trying to make it so that it's not like, where do I place it? The edge of your Shroud. You know, they're trying to make it a little more difficult and give a minor buff to the Shroud generation capabilities. The weapon period increase from 0.6 to 0.8 is kind of a big deal because that means that this thing is attacking 33% slower than it used to, which means its damage was effectively cut in third, and that its defensive ability is going to be slightly, well, more reduced than you would suspect. Also, the low weapon period means that what it focuses its targets on is more, or the increased weapon period changes what the targets have to be for it to be effective, and that means that you could probably do something like we've seen Shroudstone blocks get handled by things like just have a Hedgehog and pull bobs or something like that, and this just punishes that more. Shroud Radius also is just some form of vision. Twilight Spire, a cost increase from 100 to 75 to 150. You need an Iron Vault or a Conclave to make this instead of a Greater Shrine. So they've lowered it on the tech tree to offset the fact that a lot of the rituals require the Greater Shrine. That makes sense. The Shadow Cleft no longer researches the Hemoclave Infusion ability. And the new upgrade is the Demon Hoof Tremors. This is meant to actually make the Magmadonna unit you would want to make. I think this is going to cause Shadow Clefts to become much less prominent. And the people who were liking their Gaunt timings and liking Infest are just going to have a lot more Ritual Chambers. Their build time was increased and they researched the Reaper's Rush, which by all accounts is just a damage increase at the cost of their health, much the way that the Hemoclave Infusion was previously, but it doesn't have the ability to infest because the Gaunts just have that natively. And the Hellborn. I talked about this. I said that this was a unit, actually. I did mention that this was the kind of a unit that the Infernal faction was missing because they're very good at melee, but they're not actually great at taking out an entrenched melee position, and they're not good at forcing opponents to come onto them into the open field of battle. So as players get better, they're less likely to actually have to worry about the melee aspect, right? It'll take some skill and some time and some practice and a lot of painful losses and maybe even a couple more nerfs, but that would be a problem. So new unit, Hellborn, long-range artillery unit that deals conal damage on weapon impact, builds at the Iron Vault, and requires the Shadow Cleft. So that's interesting. You've just made so there's a thing in Pokemon called New Toy Syndrome. What that means is that when you get a new toy, right? You want to play with it. And also in the case of Pokemon, you don't want to ban it, change it, or otherwise nerf it, even though it might need it, Goldango. So just remember, guys, sleep is why Iron Valiant is busted, but Goldango's typing and ability are A-OK. So, this is interesting, actually, because you've drastically nerfed the Magmadon, and you've reimagined the Magmadon, and you've nerfed the Magmadon. And then the upgrade that you give for it that kind of makes it interesting is also the requirement building for an artillery structure. And then this basically what they're hoping for, I can tell, is that they're hoping that all of these changes make fiend spam less possible and make it so that there's not as much ability to generate the fiends that are causing the problem, but they don't want to sacrifice the core ability of the fiends to do this. Now, I think that actually they've done a decent job in making it so that the fiend spam is going to be lower than it was, just because fiends are not going to you're going to generate 3 instead of 4 at mid-end. Like in the middle of the game, you're going to be generating 3 fiends instead of 4 for every brute, and you're probably going to have like 2/3 of the brutes at most that you used to have in the game. Now, I don't think this does anything to stop what Parting was doing in Infernal Dittos and on Secluded Grove in against Command Post First, where he was going for like 1 brute, 1 Magmadon, and a bunch of gaunts. I think actually this might delay. Will it delay the timing of it? I don't even think it'll delay the timing because he's just going to get the Shadow Cleft anyways for the Demon Hoof Tremors and not even get the upgrade for the Reaper's Rush for the damage, because the Demon Hoof Tremors is actually going to be AoE damage. It's 60 damage over time against Bobs who have 130 health, which was not actually an accident, I'm almost positive. So let's think about this a little bit more. I don't think that Gaunts were actually nerfed enough to justify giving them the infestability and an extra 1 range. They like where the Spriggans are at, by the way. You can tell by the fact that there were no patch notes or changes for them. They do seem to understand that rituals are just way too overpowered, and have a lot of them requiring the Greater Shrine and requiring more Animus or having a greater cooldown time and some counterplay in the forms of, like, you have to cast this on an area 3 seconds in advance, or the range area, the range of it has been reduced. Some of the things that were not Bring Darkness now, what is it called? It's not called Bring Darkness. We're going to have to learn all of these names again. Yeah, Nightfall Infestation. So Nightfall Infestation was actually given quite the nerf in hopes that a lot of these other changes are brought through. So the short version for anyone who's looking at the end is that I think Vanguard got the massive receiving buff end of this, and also I think that Vanguard was already trying to figure out how to fight the Infernals earlier anyways. I think that meat farms being worse now is going to make the Infernal Mirror an actual nightmare. I think that the medtech remains broken. The Atlas has gotten even more powerful. The evac has covered its primary weakness, and the new ability to generate 1,000 health for 3 seconds as a bubble on a unit is going to make medtechs both useful for cleansing that off of evacs, and it's going to make evacs really good again, and or I say again, but good like they should be in Little Wargame actually, for going ahead and dealing damage, doing drops, things of that nature. In terms of how the Infernal players are going to fight, I'm pretty sure, I can't believe I'm saying this, this feels like it's an over nerf. And the reason I say that is that there are a lot of things that weren't highly commented on that are actually going to be big time problems for the Fiend, like the mass split Fiends, run them into multiple bases, ask you what you feel about your base decisions, how's your base layout now, noob, LOL. I think Vanguard players have more that they have to figure out, and then I think actually that the cap for Infernals has gotten a lot weaker. I still think that the Gaunt timing is pretty strong. I think that the Gaunt timing is pretty strong. Magmadons, because they don't do the burrow charge ignoring terrain and slide, I think have gotten worse, unless there is a movement speed buff temporarily associated with the Demon Hoof Tremors ability. Right? Let's see. And then the Weaver, I don't think that the Weaver actually got, I mean, the damage is a buff, but losing health and doing that much more damage, I just don't think it really matters. Like 10% of the unit's max health means you are chunking through heavy targets better, but it also means that you're chunking through small targets in a worse way. And then I think the biggest loser from this one is, let's see. I think the most unfortunate one, or the most unfortunate change, is actually the EXO. I don't think that the changes to the EXO are going to do anything to fix the fact that the EXO has a fundamental problem with getting infested or getting infested and wrecked apart in Infernal v Vanguard, and then Vanguard v Vanguard. I think the fact that the Atlas exists, the evac exists, and there are so many more defensive resources. I just think the Sentinel is also just cracked out of its absolute mind. So I don't think that much like the Little Wargame Archer, I don't think that the EXO really has any time to shine. I think overall, another couple of buffs that really benefit Vanguard here. The change to buildings working so that they block things as intended, at least as stated by the patch notes, is a mega win. Makes it much less likely that fiends can slip through tiny spaces. Yes, you've lost the biggest loser of this patch, by the way, is the Hedgehog, but it's funny that I think the Hedgehog is the biggest loser of the patch, and Vanguard is still going to be doing well. The fact that they said that there's a greater variability in the number of camps means that they're not going to stop at 1 or 3 of enemies in the camps, which means there are going to be more enemies, which means there's more chance for veterancy for all of the Vanguard units. Lancers are stronger, Exos are weaker, are stronger but still too weak for what they need to do. And probably a design problem as well. Sentinels are goated. Medtechs, they lost to Cheese, but I would love to play on this patch as Vanguard. It looks so good. There are some things we have to figure out, like the fact that the hit points in your buildings are a bit reduced. But with all of the Animus Shroud nonsense kind of removed, I think that you're going to be, not removed, but most of the strong ones kicked back to the Greater Shrine. I think you've got a lot that you have to fight back against. The one enormous buff that kind of goes underneath and replaces a lot of the nerfs that we saw to Infernals is that Veil no longer disintegrates when you're off of Shroud. And that means that all of these units effectively have 100, because they spawn with half of their Veil. So all units have 112% of their hit points. All the Infernal units have 112% of their hit points when they're coming across the map to attack you. So it remains to be seen if actually the 50% nerf, the decoupling of the upgrade for the Gaunts, the 50% nerf for the Brute, actually got 50% nerfed multiple ways. Are those enough to offset the guaranteed minimum plus 12.5%, 112.5%? That these units are going to bring forward, keeping in mind that a lot of the time they're going to be attacking with 125% of their health. So, yes, it means you lost some things as Vanguard, but I would rather play Vanguard on this patch. It looks better. I'm not happy about the fact that instead of giving Fiends -1 movement speed, you gave Scouts +1 movement speed. Right? Or you didn't slow Fiends down to be the equal of... You didn't slow Fiends down to be the equal of Scouts. I'm sure the reasoning, the design logistical reasoning for that is, yeah, but if we nerf the movement speed of the Fiend too much, how will they catch the Hedgehogs? And then they went and nerfed the movement speed of the Hedgehogs. So I don't really understand what the mentality is there. I do think, however, Steam next Fest predictions, and then we'll end the stream. I'm pretty sure that the lower bracket stage will be dominated by Infernals, and then there is a certain skill level or theory crafting level or pre-placement and preparation level at which the Vanguard players are going to show off a little bit how you actually defend and deal with this. And as soon as that happens, there will be a reverse snowball. Unlike the snowball that generates a bunch of Fiends, this snowball is actually going to be one that generates a lot of Vanguard victories. Now, whether that happens in the top 8, by the top 8, or whether that happens in some tournaments that happen the day after, because keep in mind there are events that are happening that aren't just the EGC 10K Stormgate Open, right? There's a weekly one run by Attico, I believe, and I'll get some details for that. I'm going to make a command for tomorrow's stream, !Attico, or Attico, or !weekly, something like that, so you can see that information. So, whew. All right, with all of that out of the way, I think we're going to get out of here. But the first thing we're going to do before we do that is we're going to find someone to send you over to. Excellent. I have found the person. Sick. All right, let me go ahead here, and we're going to go to Creator Dashboard. All right, let's go ahead and send this over. Aw, I appreciate you guys. We're going to go ahead and we're going to raid, not Shadow Legends. Okay, let's raid. Yup. And send it. There might only be a couple of us, but we're sending it. Yeah. Yeah. Send them. Nice. All right, take care, everyone.